There we go. We are live. Ah. I love having a functional suit of meat. And luckily, this game is it's all about suits of meat and the politics of the body. And we got triangles. That's right. Triangles. Huge innovations. Deus Ex is about triangles, and famously nothing else, actually. It's really strange. Oh, that started to chip. Well, I just noticed my controller started to chip. Damn. Anyway, let's see. I'm undecided as to whether I want to play this on the controller or not. I'm gonna say that I'll start out and we'll see where we go, just because I like the smoothness of the controller. But yeah, this is this month's selection for the Video Games Club. Something of a classic, something of an odd duck. Released in a time where there weren't a lot of immersive sims, but there were some starting to come out more and more. Like, I'm pretty sure this is contemporary with Dishonored, for example. This time, though, I'm going to be doing something I haven't done before. We'll be playing with developer commentary on. I'll try and find as many of those as I can all around. And we'll have a listen to what the developers have to say about all of this. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do New Game Plus on the hard difficulty. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm ready. Let's get started.
Hi, welcome to the Deus Ex Human Revolution Director's Cut commentary. Here is Jean-François Dugas, the game director on the game, and I'm with...
Mary DeMarle, I am the lead writer on the game.
And I'm Jonathan Jacques Billetet, and I'm the art director.
And I'm Steve Shipkowski, I'm the audio director.
And we'll have probably some guests with us today.
What do you mean, almost?
With the first cutscene, well, when we started this project, we were kind of like... It was important to us to have links to the X1, but we wanted it to be subtle. We didn't want it to be totally in your face, even though the first character you see is Bob Page.
But you're not supposed to know that.
We wanted it to be subtle, so the first thing we did was to do just that.
But what is strange, even with the die-hard fans, when they saw it for the first time, most of them didn't recognize him, even though we tracked back the real actor.
Yeah, we went out of our way to find the real actor. We thought it was important to keep the continuity and to use him, and we thought the hardcore fans would really like it. And I think the plan was to keep the guy really in the shadows.
Yeah.
And I remember I was with Dominique Demers, the lighting guy, and I was darker, put it darker, and it was all constantly a debate of how much of his face we should see or not, and that was fun.
More challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, thanks to David, I now know where to look.
Out of our reach. Is she?
Yeah, so now it's the cutscene where we're introducing Adam Jensen. Actually, this TV news is probably the only TV news that has some animated 3D in it, which was the original plan with those TV news. But as we figured out the scope of what we had to produce, and we had so much to do, and with all the other cutscenes and stuff, we quickly realized that we wouldn't be able to.
We wanted them all to be 3D.
I know that when I was writing it, I wanted it to be like, first you wouldn't even know you were watching the news. You were actually seeing like the stuff going on at the Capitol building, and then slowly you realize, oh, it's news. But what we kind of envisioned doesn't always work.
Good night. Yeah.
And then with Megan and her necklace, that was another very important part for us because from a story perspective, we wanted to establish something that was a part of her, something that made her human, and that would have on this relevance because eventually we had all these plans that like you might find it in the FEMA facility where she'd been taken and stuff. So it was a very important thing, but I think that we didn't necessarily communicate that.
No, this is one of the few little times that me and you didn't talk or something about it, because usually things went pretty well in terms of what you wanted and what I wanted. But yeah, so at one point it was like, we had her design down and everything. Megan was pretty much finished in terms of what she would look like. And I think it was either you or Jeff who came up and was like, where's her necklace? I'm like, what necklace? You're supposed to have a pearl necklace. I'm like, really? And I'm like, the whole thing's done. She has this big collar and she's all zipped up. And I'm like, where am I going to put it? It's like, well, just put it over her clothes. I'm like, you don't put a necklace over her clothes. But we ended up doing it, which I think looks... No. I personally think it looks tacky, but it's fine. I mean, it works. It works in the sense that it did the purpose that it had to do.
That's such an interesting, like, discussion, actually. Just, we wanted to have this iconic thing. It got lost. It even got lost in as far as, like, the art direction and stuff. And they kind of, like, last minute had to put it in. It's interesting, those things that you, like, conceptualize and then just kind of don't end up doing anything with. Is there subtitle options? Like, subs are on. Oh, good. I was also hoping there might be a separate mixer for cinematic dialogue so that I could prioritize the developer commentary. Unfortunately, I guess not. So we'll just have to deal with that then. Yeah. Alright, everything else should be good to go. Let's continue on.
So now we're in Megan's room.
Yeah, this is Megan's office. Obviously, pretty much the first in-game part of the entire game. This was a pretty important room for us because since the clutter is really important in the game, we wanted to make sure that it was there straight from the get-go. So this is one of the really, really good rooms in the entire game where it's extremely cluttered. That pillar of the art direction was quite well executed.
And the Cyber Renaissance is, you can already feel it.
You can really start feeling it and all that.
It's not the biggest one.
It's not, for Cyber Renaissance, it's not the biggest one, but definitely for the clutter, it's one of the good ones. Now, I have no idea why everybody's so messy in this game, though, and that nobody cleans or puts their stuff in order, but it doesn't really matter anyway.
When the end of the world is coming, you
That's
have
true.
Other priorities.
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
Like living your life.
Like living your life and leaving pieces of paper everywhere and stuff like that. They probably don't even know what paper is anymore anyway, because they're in their phones and stuff. That's why the paper is all over around me. Like, we don't know what that is.
Now if we look at Megan, like, her idle stance is quite awesome.
No,
like,
the idol
she's a sexy kitten.
Hated that. I've
a
always
sexy
hated
kitten
that
who wants to
when
go
you
to the
turn and
bathroom.
Exactly, and I've always hated that. And quite frankly, when I play the game, I like to explore and find the different items, even though I know where everything is. So I purposely don't look at her the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's almost borderline sexist, really, just the way she's standing there.
I think it's out of character.
It's out of character, but it's also
It's
like,
totally
it's a
out of
woman
character.
waiting for a man, and she's like, like, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
sometimes we know it, but we realize it too late.
Yeah, exactly.
And in this room too, we, like Mary alluded to, we had several pieces of information that actually were kind of selling in advance a little bit the conspiracy and the story twist and everything. And actually, that was a huge debate among the team, among the people in the team, whether we should hide those
how obvious
items.
should they
be? Yeah, do they be obvious or not?
Yeah.
And,
Should it be like, and in fact, I think the achievement you get for getting all of them is old school gamer or something like that, because we
Really?
were, yeah,
I didn't even
because
know
we were
that
thinking
achievement.
that
it's the
we were
point and
thinking
click
that
kind
it's
of,
like the point and click mentality because it's really
It's the-
something that's up to you to decide.
It's
and
the King
find.
Quest achievement.
Yeah. But for me, yeah, it was really important that we hide them, but some thought it was maybe too hardcore, and we went into, okay, when you get close, you have now the icon that you can press, so now you get the information about
you need that.
So I think it was kind of a fair ground. Yeah,
I agree.
I had not found this dialogue before. Just like, oh, you bought this? Like, you kept this around still? We did this as a, like, joke on a date. The printer has triangles on it? My God! Ho ho ho! Gender. Laws of Detroit being more effective.
Be careful with that. It's a first edition. David bought it for me.
Well. Let's see.
Wow. How long ago was this taken?
In grad school. Before I met you.
Back when you were hobnobbing with the rich and famous, I see. I wonder if Mr. Darrow remembers you.
God, I hope not.
Electric system loss, super electromagnetic fields. Yeah, it's triangles all the way down, my God.
David's waiting at him.
You know, you really should get in the habit of locking your computer, Meg.
I know. Frank gets on me about it too.
What else is in here, then, that I've missed in the past? Patient X stuff is interesting, for reasons I won't go into for now. Also, them talking about her posing is just like, the director's like, oh, she's posing like a sexy kitten. And the art guys and the narrative director just calling him out. Oh, so fucking choice. Okay, sorry, Megan, let's go.
So internally, we've always referred to this section of the game as the walk and talk, and it actually wasn't the original opening for the game. We had a completely different idea for the opening to be more of a training mission where you're infiltrating your own company as part of a security test. But there was a lot of discussions among the team, and a lot of people didn't think we could pull that one off, and ultimately we ended up kind of taking a new direction on it and working in this kind of vein.
It became the walk and talk, and actually was a nice way to have a good show don't tell moment, establishing the world and the characters.
And exactly. And at first I was, because I really liked the original idea, so I wasn't really keen for the direction. But then as I started working on the script, I really did kind of start to like how it shows off the world. Mm-hmm. But I remember the first draft of the script, I think it was Joe who pointed out that we were putting a lot of technobabble in there, and it sounded like much more Star Trek.
It sounded like it was like a big spaceship that they were running, you know.
So we had to kind of go through extra passes to fix that and to lengthen it.
Here to the right, it's cool. Like we have one of our artists he wanted to have an homage to the $6 Million Man, which was really cool and showing off that we're not that young.
That girl is such a bitch there, man, stuff she said.
Well, we had to establish all their characters right off the bat as fast as we could.
And it was another nice addition about having the VersaLife logo. And
yes, and the arm. I remember a lot of discussions about this arm because it plays a very important part later in the game, and we really needed to showcase it. And
that's why he has one sleeve and on the other side doesn't have anything.
Also with the artist thinking about what the arm should look like because it needed to be recognizable for when Tong would have it, but at the same time we didn't want it to be like, I don't know, just like purple or something, you know what I mean? It needed a subtlety and at the same time something that you would remember.
That's true. And that scene, like with the Claymore explosion, it's really cool, but it took so long before it worked. Like the dolls were always staying in the air or not moving or just falling on the ground. It takes time.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, they're going to get in the elevator now. And there was, I think, a lot of technical issues, first of all, with the elevator. But one of the things that we also wanted to do was we wanted to kind of focus. As they get into the elevator, you'll see suddenly we get the camera shot. And we kind of wanted to have this theme running through the game that this is Eliza who is controlling the cameras and watching Jensen all the way from the start.
Spying.
And spying on you. So here, where this was a good moment, and my one regret was it was such a great idea, and I think the cinematic director brought it up, but then just unfortunately never carried it through with many of the rest of it.
How far you go?
Yeah, it was a very good idea that
we ended up not really carrying through. We got so
when
much
you've got
to
a
do.
project this big,
And now
it's
they
hard
talk
to
about
do
the
it.
dog, right? The famous
Oh, that's
dog,
right, the dog. The dog was Adam's dog, yes. That was something when we were working on one of our earliest demos of the game, and we had to fill the world. One of the script writers said we should have this email about Adam's dog, and it should be dead. And I was, at first my reaction to that was, oh, that's terrible, but as long as it's not a cat, it's okay.
Dogs are fine.
And
They
then
can
we
die.
were able to take that and carry it through much more.
Now we get one of our favorite characters.
Yeah, Pritchard.
Yes.
And
Right,
this here,
Pritchard.
like, what is really cool is that, just like a real guy, he just looked very, not too subtly,
Fix that
to
firewall
Megan's
yet?
ass. And like,
Quick
with-
glance at her butt.
Exactly, and I think
fact
it
that
adds
he- yeah.
authenticity to
Yeah,
it.
the
Well,
fact
it
that he also did it in front of her ex-boyfriend.
It
and
definitely
everything.
tells you a lot about the character right off the top. Like he hasn't even spoken a word yet, and just
Swans.
that action speaks volumes as to his relationship
Sorry if I
with
have to see
Adam.
you too.
Yeah.
It's Andreas.
Yes.
Andreas Asperger's.
Yes.
Asperger's did,
Yeah.
and actually it was quite fun because I think from a writing perspective we really wanted Pritchard to be this dick, and Andreas was so good. He'd come in and he would do this, and after every take he would finish it and go, God, I hate that guy.
And now we hear the
UNATCO theme.
The UNATCO
Yeah,
theme.
I really thought when I heard what Mike had done, there was a chance right there to kind of bring a little homage to the UNATCO theme, and we felt like this was sort of our new UNATCO, and we wanted to just give a little nod to it, and I found it was a great way to showcase into the beautiful room that John and his team designed here.
No, and it worked really well because we're just
Yes, sir.
past that point now. But when we first walk into the corridor that leads into David's office, is really one of my favorite parts of the game. Just the way you crescendo with the music at that point, and this is one of my favorite rooms in the game as well. And just everything just culminates together, and it's just like.
It's very emotional.
It's so emotional.
It's really strong.
Yeah. I think for the story, but also for what we try to put together as a team, it's all there, and I think it's very emotional for us as well, just as a in relation to the project,
Right, absolutely.
Environmental malfunction. Laboratory subsection 6. All lab chiefs, please report in.
We'd better not take any chances. Not tonight. Use my elevator to get down there. You know the code?
Yeah, 0451.
Let me know what you find.
Classic.
Someone to shut off the damn racket.
Yes, sir.
0451, baby. We are so back.
Pritchard, where's Megan? She report in yet?
Her GPL implant shows her moving through the microchem labs. I think she's running.
Damn it. Must have been a serious equipment failure. Can you get eyes on her?
I'm trying, but the intellicams aren't responding. There's interference coming from somewhere. Find out what's happening, Judson. Hurry!
Pritchard? Pritchard!
Tutorial available. Navigation. What does it actually say?
Before you can do anything, you must be able to get around. The first move you'll want to learn is the crouch. It will allow you to get into small spaces such as air vents, or to hide behind low objects so you can move about unnoticed. Jumping on objects or ladders is essential for getting to those hard-to-reach places. Sometimes going high or low is not enough. Sometimes you just need to go fast. You'll only be able to sprint for a few seconds at a time, though, so use it wisely.
Hey. Oh, commentary track.
So this section where the attack takes place, originally what we had wanted to have was that you would actually go back through the area that you saw through the walk and talk, and kind of do that kind of whole Half-Life thing where you take the descent down and then you fight your way back through everything you saw earlier. But apparently remind me again, JF, I think the original walk and talk was not designed,
No,
the level?
the layout was
The
built
level
in such a
design,
way
yeah.
that it was just made to be controlled, not to have a player have total freedom.
I mean, we would have had to change it a lot to make it gameplay kind of
work,
acceptable, and then we wouldn't have recognized it as the walk and talk.
Because even there are some places we didn't put collisions or
Exactly.
anything.
So in that sense, then we had to kind of refigure a bit of the story in terms of. Actually, it came in better for us because then when you come later into Seraph Industries and you see the signs, you see parts that are under construction, and it's because it's where Megan went to in the elevator ride. So it ended up working out pretty good for us.
So many weird and fascinating things in this commentary already. Okay. I also love that for this first bit, when you don't have any augments and stuff, there's no HUD. It really provides a different feel than you might expect. We're very used to that sort of information on demand. Commentary.
So here in this room we see for the first time the two Black Ops killing a scientist that he falls of the guards and everything, and that has been a crazy ride just to get this thing working. We were on the verge of cutting it because it was really hard to have those scripted events working with the environment and with the physics and everything. It has been a nightmare, and I fought until the last minute to make sure that we get this in, and finally it worked.
It worked really well.
It was
I don't think most people realize, most gamers, how hard it is just to put things like this. I mean, depending on the engine that's being used, but how hard it can be to have those scripted events going. It's just one guy being pushed over, railings, but it's
especially when you don't have the tools,
and if you don't have the tools.
And on the audio side, we worked really hard. Like for me, it was a huge thing to try and really sense the show don't tell of the terrorist attack happening. So like as you're walking and you're coming across dead bodies and that, I thought it would be cool if we could hear the sort of the violence and the killings and all that before you see it, and then when you'd come around the corner you'd see the bodies laying there, and it would kind of put it in context. It didn't come out as hot and sexy as I hoped and wanted, but it came out really cool, and again there was certain limitations we had to deal with that was behind it, but the team came together and pulled out something that was really close to what we wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that so far as well, there's been a pretty clear line of progression where you don't have to do combat. Commentary.
So here we're just before the corner where Fedorova is introduced, and she kills some guards. That was a lot of work and everything, but that sequence came quite late during the development, and we realized too late that it wasn't working because we foreshadow it with the two guards being killed at the other end of the corridor, and we thought players would be attracted and see what's lurking beyond the corner. But actually what happened is that most players were scared, and they were just taking cover and waiting. Yeah,
because they just saw people like getting gunned down and everything. So obviously your first reflex, is just to kind of hide or whatever.
And then when they were getting on the corner, when they realized nothing was happening, the door was already open. The scientist on the other side of the door was already killed. So like it was and most players it was like that, and we were like, oh no.
And they never got to see Fedorova, and it was so important to try and set her up. And I remember that first animation that they had.
Yeah, it was a little outside of what we wanted, I think, Fedorova to be, because she it's a bit of a clumsy sort of scene how it came together, and she sort of just dematerializes and then materializes on the other side of the door, and we even thought, like, to try and help that, we put in the sound. If you listen, you can hear like almost the footsteps in the vent of like her traveling to the other side. But then she'd kill the scientists and she'd look at the players and do this kind of almost like Betty Boop sort of like blowing you a kiss. And we're sort of like, yeah, it's not really working
and I
for
think
us.
everybody was kind of
one.
like, that's not this killer, this silent killer.
No.
That's certainly not what she's like.
But in the end, it came out pretty well when you have the opportunity to see it, right?
Yeah, but they changed
No,
the
but we
animation.
changed it. That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But we had to see it for a long time.
Yeah.
It really bothered.
So the goal of this cutscene was really to surprise the player and get him. And I've always hated that shot of Megan because it makes it look like, what the heck was she doing while this terrorist attack is going on? It's supposed to be, is she a part of it? Whatever. She
still
should have
has to
been
go to the bathroom.
cowering in fear. But for the most part, I think this cutscene did a pretty good job of conveying the horror of what happens to Adam in this scene.
Yeah. I remember feeling bad for him.
Yeah. It's almost gruesome.
And you can really understand all those arguments.
That I really hated. I really don't like the green acid. It's like so like Saturday morning cartoons. Like look, it's all green.
Like Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
And here Namir is going to come to us, and originally it was supposed to be in gameplay, and actually we
could
had
move the camera and everything.
Yeah, we had a working prototype, but hey. So yeah, with the opening credits, actually it seems like people really liked it. Our original inspiration was to kind of the James Bond movies, the $6 Million Man's trying to showcase this augmented character and everything, but we wanted it to be really stylish, really like a James Bond movie. Sometimes they go beyond, they go in the abstract.
It's very stylized.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's actually more stylized than what we did. But no, it works really, really well. I think Steve A, the sound, the track that's on it is just completely insane. By the way, that's a pig. Sorry, I cut you. But when we see the thing cutting the flesh, it's actually a real piece of pig that was bought.
When I saw the visuals, I mean, I was really impressed. It looked really cool, and I thought it was going to be really important to sort of nail it with the right music tone, because I think something that wouldn't have worked as well might have undersold the power of the scene, but it was really powerful. When I put the music to it with the visuals, I was just kind of like, yeah, this couldn't work any better. Mike McCann, the composer, just really hit this one out of the park, and the reaction we got when people saw it and heard it, they loved it right away. Even I think Goldtooth, the people who produced the
who actually put it together,
they came back right away saying the music track is just selling this whole thing. It's bringing it all together.
It really was. And I remember the dialogue in this is so funny because the dialogue is so short and so simple, but you needed it to convey basically some of the hinting of what's going on with Sarah forcing the augmentations, but also we wanted it to sound like a real surgery and the kind of thing. So I remember giving it to one of the writers on staff and saying, could you kind of write these opening lines and stuff, and he was going on and researching all about operations and CCT scans and all these things, and in the end those little details are so important just to make it and pop it. Even if you can't hear it, it works.
Love to have company tattoos, like logos on the inside of my skin. It's definitely good. Yeah. That opening sequence is really, really Flash, too. Like, the credit sequence is extremely striking. Yeah, we have our triangles now. And because we have triangles, we win.
So, yeah, Jensen's coming back from the dead, and now is going to come... well, we see now that Eliza is still watching him.
Yeah.
And Big Brother.
Him, close his shades for the first time. Now he's closing on himself.
And he's closing. Exactly. That was the idea, right? That he's kind of like now he doesn't really like what's happened to him, and he's a bit kind of
self-conscious.
He's self-conscious and making a little shield around him from the world.
The eyes are the windows to the soul, but
the eyes
they
are
cover
the
them up.
To the soul.
Yeah, he protects himself.
Yeah.
Adam, it's David. You in the building?
Just entered the lobby.
Sorry to pull you out of sick leave so soon, but we've got a situation. A break-in at our Milwaukee Junction factory. Meet me at the helipad.
I have to see Pritchard first. Something's wrong with my retinal enhancement.
Frank's on the second floor in the tech lab. Make it quick. People's lives are at stake.
Jensen?
Yeah, it's so fucked that your first bit of post-op dialogue really is just your boss phoning directly into your brain.
remember the last attack?
You can't compare the two.
Oh, this is the...
These ones are just...
This is your pilot's office.
Bullets that kill people.
Look, David cares about his people. He needs to protect his own.
I also like that if you take too long here, it affects the mission outcome. There's lots of things like that, I think, that really bring this whole fucking game to life. Like, look at this weird CRT shit. Yeah, you dumped into a location and you want to explore, but there's time for it later.
So with this one, the Final Fantasy poster, it was quite an adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the concept artists who had this idea, and he just he's like, you know, it was not too long after we were bought by Square Enix, so he had the idea to do this little poster, and it's Final Fantasy 27, obviously, because the game takes place in 2027, and he just put it like this for the fun of it, and it became something really, really big because we wanted to keep it. But, you know, the way Square Enix works, you know, they're very serious about the license and whatnot. So he actually went up all the way to Wada-san to be approved
and ask him
to leave there. And he actually had to show it to some of the artists and some of the art directors of the franchise, so they could approve that it, you know, it had something that had to do with the game. And what's funny as well is if you look at the poster, the head of the lady is hiding the numbers, and there's actually not enough space for the numbers if you actually try to imagine them there, which doesn't work, but whatever, it's still there. Yeah.
Incredible.
About time. What happened? You get stuck in an air duct on the way over?
Yeah, nice to see you too, Francis. Something's wrong with my retinal display. Can you fix it?
How have I marked? I've marked Pritchard?
Of course, it might seem. Looks like your left and right imaging processors weren't completely in sync. But don't worry, your Sentinel health implant will kick in soon, repairing any damage that might have caused. Your retinal display should be fine now. Its recognition software won't be picking up hostiles yet, but you should be seeing radar and targeting reticules. Biomedical data too, if you're in pain.
Right. We done here? Because Seraph is waiting for me at the helipad.
I know. Radicals have broken into our manufacturing plant and taken hostages. Maybe this time you'll actually save people.
Lucky for you.
I'm gonna ignore that comment. We're done here.
Let's see. We've got some placeholder text. A little bit of the old lorem ipsum. Something on the... It was something on the... Today I came up with the symbol for boredom. What is this? I guess, you know what, it's probably a little Space Invader, right? Alright. I unmark you now? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's get to the helipad.
Adam, how close are you to the helipad?
Almost there.
Good. Because SWAT's about to turn this into a PR nightmare. Meet me in the chopper. I'll brief you as we go.
The Washington hearings being postponed. Now this.
Commentary.
So by now, depending on how much time you spend in the Serif offices, David Serif contact you a couple of times to tell you to go to the manufacturing plant.
Adam!
Yeah. And that thing, it was in the game for a while, like with the dialogue, depending on how much time you were spending there or not, it was popping several times with different kind of variation in the conversation. Things are going to go much worse and everything. And I was reviewing the build in November
1992.
1990, November 2010, and we were almost beta and everything. And I realized, oh my God, like, it's just smoke and mirror, and we don't carry it through. Like, there's no real consequences.
There's no real consequence, yeah, exactly.
And it's a game about that, and I was, oh my God.
I think that's one of the best things in the game, really.
Yeah, we're missing the point.
Yeah.
And the next morning, I come back in the office, and I go to David and Fussy, our producer, and say, man, we did a huge mistake, and now we're going in our first instance with the journalists, and we're totally fucked. Basically, we need to have a real consequence to that thing and said we need to re-record lines with.
And we basically need to kill the hostages
we
if
need
you don't
to kill
get
the
there in time.
hostages, exactly. We need to re-record lines, new lines for police officers, for David Sarifs, for Adam Jensen, for all those beautiful people. And he approved it, and I was so happy because and then it was the quest for.
Yeah, and what was crazy about it was, first of all, we were so close to almost having to ship the game that we'd released a lot of our actors. We'd already done all the recording, and Seraph himself. So we had to go through and we had to kind of indicate which actors would have to be brought back, how many lines they'd have, and then we had to find Steve Shellen.
Yeah, we found him somewhere on it. Somewhere on a beach in Morocco doing something.
He was on vacation.
Someone.
He was on vacation.
Yeah, he was.
He'd been
was
wrapped.
Out there. Yeah, well, he was done. And I mean, anybody who knows Steve Shellen, very talented actor, but very much a free spirit.
How long it took you to get to trace him back?
It wasn't that bad actually, because I think he did leave information with his agent saying if anybody needs me. And so it was actually quite surprisingly quick, but then it was just the logistics of okay, I got to find a studio in Morocco that this guy can go to, and I have no way of specking out what their facility's like, what's it going to sound like, but somehow through the magic of technology and that, we had our voice director here, we had Mary here, and we hooked up via Source Connect, which is a software that allows you to link up in real time and listen in the studio session. So we were able to do it that way. And I guess he showed up in Bermuda shorts with coconuts in hand, and he did it, and we got through it.
Yeah, and it was just a few days before the deadline, and Steve came to me, he's like, well, hopefully it's going to work, and the sound, the quality is going to be there, otherwise we might not be able to use it, and we were super stressed. Well, it was a fun ride.
Yeah, and it worked out because that's the first thing everyone comments when they started playing the game was, "Oh my God, I the hostages are dead already. Yeah. I didn't know that would happen."
Where are you, Adam? You don't have time to mess around. Get to the helipad, or something seriously bad is gonna happen.
Okay. We should still be in good time.
Didn't think we'd see you around here for a while yet.
You know how it goes, Malik. Duty calls.
Don't I know it? I was in my wingsuit halfway to the top of the Renaissance Center when I got the 911. But you? 6 months is a hell of a short time to come back from the dead. You sure you're ready for this?
Suggesting I'm not. Only one way to find out.
One way to find out.
Roger that. The boss is already on board, arguing with the DPD's tactical response team. They've got the plant surrounded, but Mr. Seraph wants you to go in first. Are you all set here? Because the sooner we take off, the better it will be for everyone.
I'm ready.
Great. Then let's get airborne.
So yeah, the cutscenes are pre-rendered, but originally we were planning them out to be totally in-game and everything. And as we were progressing and realizing what it would demand and the tools and everything that we didn't have set up properly and everything, we kind of realized that we would never ship the game like that. So we had to rely on the pre-rendered cutscenes.
Dang. That's a huge bummer. There was a version of this that had the real-time rendered cinematics would have been genuinely gorgeous. It would have scaled better too. But not having the tools obviously stops that in its tracks.
Funny little thing here at the if you notice when Jensen comes into the VTOL in the cutscene, he's wearing his jacket, and then when we start inside the plane, he's not wearing the jacket. It was kind of a big problem where between cinematics and in-game they were saying, something fell through the cracks. So for audio to try and help that out at the end of the cutscene, you actually kind of hear a cloth rustle, and it's supposed to be Jensen taking his coat off and throwing his coat on the floor. To try and help sort of bridge the gap that it was too late. We couldn't fix the cutscene, and we couldn't put the coat on him here. It didn't make sense, so that's kind of how we dealt with that.
And this is a pretty major scene with David Seraph. It's really the first time you ever get to meet him in person. And I remember the casting for David Seraph. We went through a lot of different ideas about what kind of person this should be. Should he be really corporate? Should he be this? And I remember we had a couple contenders, and when Steve Shellen came in, And the way he played it, it wasn't exactly what I was picturing in my head, but I remember going, wait a second. It's like, it does it totally works, because we wanted a very charismatic guy who's a very friendly guy, but we wanted a corporate CEO kind of guy. And I remember walking out of that casting session going, "Oh my goodness, what is going to happen?" And I think the decision, we did it early enough in the process that the decision to cast him totally affected how we wrote that character from that point on.
Give me something with distance. If I get too close, I'll take them out personally.
Just try not to break anything expensive. The Typhoon should be in the factoring labs, but Pritchard will tell you more as you go in. I've got him running comms.
Terrific. Anything else?
Keep your eyes open for hostages. Free them if you can, but the Typhoon is your #1 priority. We developed it for the Alphabet agencies, and if we don't deliver it to them intact and still a secret, well, I'm sure you'll get the job done right.
Gentlemen, prepare for landing.
Seems like a natural fit that the corporate, like, bastard is only concerned with, like, we developed this technology, keep it secret. The hostages are, you know, they're secondary, whatever. You know, very on brand. Must be the SWAT helicopters. They've got a couple of triangles on there. And there goes Malik. Also of note, just like the discussion they were having earlier about the character, sorry, the actor who plays Seraph. Like, did they just run into him on a beach in Morocco fucking someone? Is that what they implied? Because that's hilarious. Let's see, so... I actually didn't take the Typhoon in my original playthrough. Okay. I do have one Praxis kit. Protects against the use of concussion grenades. Health-related intel such as cones of vision. Sure, I'll take that. That's like a decent thing to have for my first bit. Just because I have so many of the augmentations because we're doing NG+. I'm surprised that NG Plus only preserved the, so it didn't preserve any of my actual item inventory. Just the augmentations. Also, I have noticed I need to move the Evie. 1 second. Because there is a UI element that I've unintentionally been hiding there. And it's the one for like stealth and, you know, I can do my smart stuff. I can run silently. I think that's see-through walls. Yeah. So we do actually have some, we've got some substantial upgrades and stuff. Gameplay options. Did I do have object highlight off. I'm not sure whether I want to, I guess, you know what? We're playing on hard mode. We're playing in New Game Plus. Let's leave that off and see exactly what I can remember without stuff being, like, literally highlighted for me. Fuck Seraph.
So this is pretty funny. You guys have probably noticed already, or will notice, there's there's paint buckets lying around the entire game, and they're all kind of empty.
All over the place.
All
They're
over
all
the place.
gold.
Yeah, and they're all empty yellow or gold paint, if you want. And the joke behind that is because there's so much yellow, gold, and orange in the game.
Black and gold.
With the black and gold, obviously the 50% of the black and gold, is the joke is that it's actually people in the world who actually, took up, paint buckets of yellow paints and painted the world that way. So it just became a little inside joke, and we started putting these buckets all over the place.
So now you know how the black and gold was made in the
Yeah, it is not from us. It is from very, very advanced AI that started painting the game to their liking.
So as you continue playing the game, keep an eye out.
Keep an eye
how
out.
many there are.
All over the place.
Yeah.
They are fucking everywhere, aren't they? Sorry, I'm gonna... Because I've never played this... Oh, good, okay, there's no adjustable controls for that. That is always your iron sight. That actually might be enough to put me off playing with the controller. I don't know, we'll see, because if I right-click... Oh... Yeah, it's middle mouse. Apparently. Very weird. I could probably rebind all this. Also, cool, like, Reddit meme here, circa 2010. Bless you.
Sir, please holster your weapon!
How do I even do it? Not like that. That's a wasted dart. That will actually literally make me reload. As those darts are expensive. Okay. How do I holster then? If we can't rebind controls. Back to reload. Press holster / draw. Okay, and then holding is the quick inventory. Such a weird control scheme. What did the bumpers do? Let's look at that. Controls, the bumpers. Oh, right. The bumpers sprint. Oh my god. Okay. This is deranged. Yeah, this is not how I would have designed these controls. The way I would have done it. For starters, let's put I mean, we put iron sight / scope on LT, obviously. We put... Oh, you know what? Steam input exists, right? Could I actually do that? Could I just, like, rewire the game, basically? I totally can, can't I? Eidos Montreal, official layout. So yeah, I could totally rewire this. Soft pull and full pull. I do... Okay, hang on. Right stick click should be... Wouldn't be crouch. Oh wait, no, yes it would be. I do put crouch on there. So right stick click is actually left stick click. And I'm sorry, this is gonna be left trigger is right stick click. This is strange to conceptualize. Take cover. Where was the take cover button? Oh yeah, left trigger. So left bumper is left trigger. This is definitely one way to get around this whole problem. Left bumper is left stick click. Bumper. Left stick click. Yep, that's what that is. And then right stick click is, or left trigger is right stick click. Yes. Print should be on here. Left stick click equals left bumper. Good. Movement is fine. These are fine. These are fine. Camera control itself is fine. I wanted to have that do crouch. And interact / reload, throw grenade. All of these other ones are sensible. Okay, so let's make sure that everything is working as I expected. Wow, I can toggle aim with the left stick now. Left bumper does that. Oh, hang on. Left trigger is... Left trigger should just do right stick click. Which also means I think I need to soft pull. Otherwise it'll keep doing that when I try and put it into cover. Those are all fine. D-pads are fine. Stick click. Damn. Oh, maybe if I restart... Hang on, I'm gonna restart the game. As that should let me then use Steam input properly. Okay. It just took a little bit. It just took a little bit. We're there. Vintage AMD Gaming Evolved logo. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay. It's still just wrong enough that all of that time has been wasted. Very cool. We'll disable Steam input then and just rely on the native controls, even though they kind of suck. Oh, and I need to restart the game again. Hoisted, and by my own petard, no less. Maybe with that I do... I'll play the rest of this stream with controller at least. I might switch to mouse keyboard next ones.
So this is a manufacturing plant. It's the first mission that Adam Jensen goes through after getting fully augmented.
Yeah, once he's RoboCop.
When he's RoboCop now, he's ready to use his new tools. The thing is that the first final version of the map that we got, actually, to just put people in the context, it was supposed to be those terrorists taking over this facility.
The Purity First guys.
Purity First guys, trying to find evidences that Serif Industries was going through unethical work and stuff.
Imagine it's like it's as if Greenpeace takes over like a whaling ship or something like that. Or
But the first kind of semi-final version of the map, we started it and you wouldn't see anything. Everything was pretty. Yeah. Everything was super clean. Nothing going on.
And not only that, it was clean in terms of like you didn't get the feeling that there was no siege, but also the indications that it was besieged by Purity First also was not there.
There was nothing.
There was nothing at all.
And it was just the story telling you this is happening. But as you were walking in the game, you didn't feel it. So we had to go through several iterations.
And point out that we need things here, guys, like graffiti and break-in signs and all that.
And the banners. And I know you've always thought that the banners look way too like professionally done for an organization like Purity First.
For a terrorist organization, how they got the money for silk screening huge banners was always curious.
Well, I've done silk screening at home myself, so I guess you would need a really big silk screen to make those banners, though. But yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
To say that he's like literally RoboCop as well is very funny in the context of Despia's post. You know you're on your bullshit when you say this, having grown up with FPSs before you could even play them with controllers, but you can't understand preferring to play an FPS with one. I mean, like, this is it, right? This is the reason that I like it, is because I have the fine-grained control of movement that you just don't get with mouse and keyboard. And it's a very comfortable way to play as well. Because everything's kind of all situated on the controller. But, like, the fine-grained movement is the thing that I really care about here.
It's me, Pritchard. Where are you?
On a roof overlooking the plant.
Good. Your point of entry should be through shipping and receiving.
Should be, Francis. What the hell does that mean?
We have an employee entrance there, heavily guarded by purists, no doubt. So, if you're not a fan of the frontal assault, I suppose you could try accessing the building's roof.
Straightforward enough. Nice. There was commentary track, right? Where is it? There it is.
Yeah, this map actually, it symbolizes the revival of Detroit in some way. In some ways, when we look back at the Detroit in the 20th century, it was one of the big cities for the car industry and everything. And in this manufacturing plant, actually, it's an old car factory that has been repurposed for Serif Industries' needs and stuff. And for us, it was kind of using this kind of metaphor to say that reusing the old power of America of the 20th century and put it in the 21st century, but into the new field of technology that makes the city strong again. And as we were brainstorming for the different cities in the game, like Detroit, and we were wondering, like, why Detroit and why we would go
I was
there.
one of those. I
And
was
exactly,
like, why the hell would we go to Detroit? But then it ended up making a lot of sense.
It made a lot of sense, because when you think about it in the history of America, it was like the Ford basically revolutionized the way that cars are made
Probably
in
even
Detroit,
part of the
and by
economy
introducing
itself,
the new
even.
factories and the new technologies and stuff. So why not, when the industry fades, would someone else with a new technology come over and take it over and take over those old plants and basically recycle?
Yeah, we're actually saying that Serif did it on purpose,
Yes.
right? That he chose to refurbish, we say, right? Refurbish these factories as a symbolic move, right? It was purposeful in his
Oof. Okay, good to know that the pistols are fucking lethal. That was like 2 shots. Even with all my AUGs. So we had dropped down to here.
Yeah, this map actually, it symbolizes the revival of Detroit in some way. In some ways, when we look back at the Detroit in the 20th century, it was one of the big cities for the car industry and everything. And in this manufacturing plant, actually, it's an old car factory that has been repurposed for Serif Industries' needs and stuff. And for us, it was kind of using this kind of metaphor to say that reusing the old power of America of the 20th century and put it in the 21st century, but into the new field of technology that makes the city strong again. And as we were brainstorming for the different cities in the game, like Detroit, and we were wondering, like, why Detroit and why we would go
I was
there.
one of
And
those. I was
exactly,
like, why the hell would we go to Detroit? But then it ended up making a lot of sense.
It made a lot of sense, because when you think about it in the history of America, it was like the Ford basically revolutionized the way that cars are made
Probably
in
even
Detroit,
part of the
and by
economy
introducing
itself,
the new
even.
factories and the new technologies and stuff. So why not, when the industry fades, would someone else with a new technology come over and take it over and take over those old plants and basically recycle?
Yeah, we're actually saying that Serif did it on purpose,
Yes.
right? That he chose to refurbish, we say, right? Refurbish these factories as a as a symbolic move, right? It was purposeful on his part. I think it was a really good idea.
And last week I was we're in November as we were recording it. Last week I was reading in the
November
newspaper.
2012. Yeah.
Yes, a newspaper story about Detroit that was being revitalized. Yeah, revitalized through different new companies, and the downtown it's becoming more and more interesting. It has nothing to do with biotech corporations,
but
though,
it's still
it's coming
idea.
back. Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit. Let's see how many shots it takes to die real quick. 4. 4 pistol shots. Fair enough. We have the opportunity to be very silly goofy with this. I do want to try and play this a little bit more carefully. Stun gun darts will be good to have. As Pritchard suspected as well, this area is heavily guarded. I did see the roof access, though, so we'll maybe just go up that way. Nobody looks up. That should be fine. No Augs. What's that? I think those are pistol rounds. Subtle messaging, yeah. From the guys who are like purity first. Deeply subtle. Not. But of course, like, it almost doesn't matter if they were subtle, right? If they're unsubtle, half the people playing these things still won't understand the messaging anyway. So, like, you may as well go crazy. Alright. All clear. Dead body. Silenced sniper rifle and remote detonated explosives. I did not realize that that was... This is how they put it in here? So those items were a DLC item.
Richard, I'm in.
Nicely done, Jensen. May I ask how?
A vent on the roof. It'll be in my report next time we discuss security loopholes.
Oh, goody. I'll be sure to take notes. The Typhoon is in the factoring labs. There's an elevator just past the assembly labs that will take you to it.
Got it.
Gamers will never read text. True. No politics in the games. I'm gonna talk about this in a moment. I just need to be right back. See you in a minute. Nearly 30 years ago, the collapse of Japan's bubble economy engulfed the nation's financial institutions in mountains of bad debt, triggering a wave of corporate bankruptcies, a sudden and extreme rise in unemployment rates, and the stagnation of Japanese society as a whole. It was an era when many were robbed of hope, and when dreams were measured by their price tag. Against this historical backdrop, I crafted a story. It was the story of Ramza, a young man who fought tirelessly against the entrenched social class system. It was the story of Delita, who sought to take advantage of this confusion and despair to advance his own social position. It was a story of peculiar destiny in which friendship and betrayal intertwine. And now, in 2025, a time when inequality and division are still deeply rooted in our society, I offer this story once again. The will to resist is in your hands. Yasumi Matsuno, original script, scenario writer, and editor of Final Fantasy Tactics. Anyway, if any gamer ever says that old games weren't about politics, they're a fucking liar. It's really simple. And I'd like to thank Matsuda for actually laying that out in plain text for us all to see. Okay. Seraph Industries. Sinners! Oh, that was a good movie. Sinners was a good movie. Glad to see some rogue, like, guerrilla promotion for this here.
Blue boys, go ahead. Just try some.
Blue boys?
Stay out of here, pigs. We got hostages.
Okay, so there's he's just kind of taunting there, huh?
Give me an excuse, and none of these body polluters gets out of here alive. You hear me?
.30 FPS takedown animation. That really is something. Stun gun darts, and I'll just keep the pistols with me. Security stuff. This is reception then. Using weekend shifts. Important rush job. Time and a half. Seraph Industries referred to as Area 51. Okay. Nothing behind this vending machine.
Anybody see D-Rag? Probably smoking a cigarette. Why? He shouldn't be wandering off like that. See, what's us all on full alert.
What for? Popos ain't coming in here. Not while we's holding all the cards.
Oh, shit. You see Zeke when that handle of his sneakers? Never seen no one twitch that fast. He's gonna get us out of this.
Not if those popos catch us blazing. Split up.
Cigaweed, huh? Angel, thank you for the raid, Angel! How was your Balatro stream? Did you get your Jonkler engine up and running?
So here we're entering deeper into the manufacturing plant, and people need to know that it's probably one of the oldest map that we did, and before having final AI, before really fully understanding the sectorization of the map areas, to really take advantage of the systems we had instead of showing off the limits of the systems we had. And since we had tons to do and many maps, we couldn't really revisit this map the way we would have loved to. And this is why it's probably one of the maps that showcase the limitations of our AIs the most. That's why you see in this map like some AIs that are going to a door frame and they stop there, they don't cross over to try to get you and everything. It's because the sectorization back in the day has been done and the map has been built with an AI that was not fully implemented, but when everything came together, we were like, oh, it shows the limit of the systems. We tried to hide it as much as possible with the guys like taking cover on the sides of the door, like pretending that they're just waiting there protecting themselves because you're dangerous, but
that's not really
that's not
because
really
you're
that.
augmented and they're not.
And for
sometimes it looked like that actually, but it's not what was going on really.
But in other maps that came later, now we had a better understanding of our systems. Therefore, we were able to build maps in such a way that those limitations wouldn't be that apparent.
Boy, the 30 FPS takedowns really... It's kind of a bummer. Oh, we got more commentary?
Well, the room full of lockers.
Yes.
It reminds me of the
hate
good
that
80s
room.
and 90s.
Yeah.
I can't get through that room without having to open every single locker that exists in that
crazy.
room.
Well, me, I'm like you, but not for the same reason. It's actually, like, I hate it. I don't want to do it, but I still do it because I want to get the goodies that are inside, and I can't never remember which ones they are. But if I knew, I would just go straight to those ones, because there's probably almost 100 lockers in that room.
I don't know. I never
real.
count them, but...
There's at least 60.
But it feels like it's a slot machine, huh? You have to
Yes.
put another quarter, you have to put... and you always hope that you're going to win some...
Feels like a pain in the butt.
But me, every time I go in this room, I'm like, fuck, I have to open them all.
Yeah. But it was on purpose. It was kind of a joke, and it was kind of an homage to like all of those old school games where we didn't really care, or we didn't really think if we were putting the players through something that was too cumbersome or too overwhelming.
Right.
So there's just one room like that in the game. I guess it's all good.
I think it's the level designer. I don't remember exactly, but I think one day just made that room, and when I saw this, I started to laugh, and it was so ridiculous. Yeah. And for me, it was like, yes, we have to do it.
There's just so many. I mean, even in real life, like either I don't know, at a gym or you go to the pool or whatever. I don't think I've ever seen that many lockers in a changing room or whatever. It's just insane.
Getting extensive commentary on that was not what I expected. Also, there's only... So, let's count the lockers. This is blocks of 5. This is 8. So that's 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 8 here. So that's 26. This is a block of 10, which means this is a block of 10. So 26, 36, 46, just about 50. They completely grossly overestimated how many lockers there actually are here. Oh.
So here we're in front of the first conspiracy radio that is spread out through the entire game. And I can't remember how the idea came about, and Steve is going to talk about it. But me, I just remember Steve coming to me really excited about this idea and really wanted to push it in the game.
Yeah, well, when I get something in my hat, I'm usually pretty passionate about it. we were doing weekly reviews in one of our review rooms, and we were playing it. And what was really starting to bother me was that we needed to be pushing the conspiracy side of the game. It was very important. And at that time, we were using a lot of the NPCs and the city hubs that you would talk to, and it always felt kind of strange and a bit awkward to me that you would go up to a random person on the street and hit, the talk button, and you would get some kind of line like, isn't it strange that Tai Young Medical seems to be shipping supplies to Panchaea? And you're like, who says that on a random street when you go up and talk to somebody?
Yes, it was very difficult.
And it was very tough for the writers as well, because, you're trying to make it sound natural, but yet... So anyway, I had this idea, and I mean, it's not an original idea, it's been done in other games, but we tried to put our own spin on it. We said, why don't we create a radio DJ his sole purpose in the game will be to push the conspiracy. And my inspiration was actually from the movie Eight-Legged Freaks, where they have the conspiracy DJ who lives in his little camper trailer out in the middle of nowhere. And I thought, this is awesome, because it'll cost us a radio for an object that can just be dumped anywhere in the map, and then we just go in the studio and record these long monologues, which the writers did have to write, but they did an amazing job on the writing. They studied Alex Jones and all kinds of conspiracy stuff, and I have to give Mary the credit for, I remember when we were talking about who we were going to cast, and she looks at me and she goes, well, what about Harry Sanjovsky, who was this amazing actor that we loved him so much and we wanted to try and fit him into the game somewhere, but every time we kind of cast him as a part, just by chance that part would kind of get scaled down or cut, and we would be left with this great actor that we couldn't put anywhere. So she gets the credit for the casting on that one, saying, what about him? And my eyes just lit up, and we didn't even cast, we just said, that's it,
Let's
it's
get
him
in there and do it.
And he was
amazing.
What an amazing job he did.
I think he did most of them in one take.
Yeah, he was he just nailed it. He
and
really.
It's Andrew who wrote also the
yes,
text, right?
Andrew, one of our freelance writers, wrote all.
Yeah, who's also doing very well right now is Anakin Slade.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Anakin Slade, the hip hop artist, worked on this game, and he wrote almost, I think, all the pirate radio DJ stuff.
All the pirate and most of the overheard conversations.
And I was just really happy. Again, it shows, credit to JF's game director skills, that he was open to the idea and he let me build off of it, because I was really happy when it went in.
Yeah, but I had the easy job. I just had to say yes.
Yeah, but it was good too, because after that, Mary's team could actually write lines for the city people that were more in line of what people would say, and we could actually dump all this conspiracy side onto the one DJ and let him push that whole thing. So it really worked out well in the end.
The Alex Jones name drop was something that I was thinking about. I was prepared for that. I wasn't expecting it, though. I was like, I was going to talk about, like, oh yeah, they've got the Alex Jones type on the radio, kind of pushing the conspiracy, but to see, like, oh yeah, literally they researched Alex Jones for writing those bits. That is
Jensen,
so wild.
The assembly lab door, but my override codes aren't working. Someone's changed the protocols.
What? Didn't you plug the...
I'm on it. But until I find this particular breach and fix it, you'll have to hack the door manually. Pritchard out.
Oh boy. Hacking time. Fortunately, I have all of my,
Access granted.
New Game Plus augmentations. Script Kitty. Been a while since I've thought about that term. Okay. Clear. Oh, hang on. Commentary.
So this is a very interesting room. This is a room that that's very dear to me. It's one of the, early stuff that we designed for the game. This goes back to probably
2008.
fall.
Yeah.
No, this is like fall 2007. I think.
Are you sure? Oh,
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it ended up being produced in 2008 for the game, but I think if it's 2008, it's very early, like right after Christmas or something, right? And So we weren't really sure where we're going with the game at that point, or the locations, and all that kind of stuff. But we knew we had to do the tech demo, right? And this is what we did. And this room, obviously, and the concept art, the idea was it was a tech lab. It was a biotech lab. It's Thierry Doison, of his artist name, Baron Thierry, who did it. Superb concept art. And the idea on Deus Ex is that we wanted to make sure that the visual style was very consistent throughout the entire game, right? It was really homogeneous. And a good way to do this is you make sure that the style that's on the concept art is the style that you want in the game, that there's no like dual standards, you know what I mean? And then what the production artists see on the concept art, they need to reproduce it. I wouldn't say as is, but they need to make sure that the style is the same.
It needs to stay faithful.
It needs to stay very faithful, you know. And what was interesting is that when that room was first designed, sometimes we'd see, you know, an artist working at his desk, and we'd see what we thought or what we think was a wallpaper of the concept art, you know, on his computer, and then suddenly that wallpaper will start moving.
It was actually
and
the 3D.
It was actually the 3D room. We're like, holy shit, this looks 100% like the concept art. Almost it was one of my first time in all of my in my entire career where I really saw this almost 1:1 ratio between concept art.
It was impressive.
It was very impressive.
And actually, it's the first part, the first press tour ever we did with journalists. That's the tech demo we showed.
That's the first thing we ever shown to the journalists, and they asked us, what the hell is this engine, like, because there was so much of a
No. Didn't expect the second guy. That's a wasted bullet. That's a wasted bullet. You hate to see that. Not on the tranquilizer rifle. Like I said, these things are too fucking valuable. We'll get that commentary track back here.
So this is a very interesting room. This is a room that's very dear to me. It's one of the, you know, early stuff that we designed for the game. This goes back to probably
2008.
All 2008, huh? Concussion grenade. Question. Will that knock them out?
Yeah.
No.
Or will it just
2007, I think.
Are you sure? Oh,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it ended up being produced.
Okay, just disorients.
The game, but I think if it's 2008, it's very early, like right after Christmas or something, right? And
okay, sorry, going back, circling back around to the dev commentary. This commentary track is fucking fascinating. I'm really into this.
So this is a very interesting room. This is a room that's very dear to me. It's one of the, you know, early stuff that we designed for the game. This goes back to probably
2008. Yeah.
No, this is like fall 2007, I think.
Are you sure? Oh,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it ended up being produced in 2008 for the game.
Yeah.
But I think if it's 2008, it's very early, like right after Christmas or something, right? And so we weren't really sure where we're going with the game at that point, or the locations, and all that kind of stuff. But we knew we had to do the tech demo, right? And this is what we did. And this room, obviously, and the concept art, the idea was it was a tech lab. It was a biotech lab. It's Thierry Doison, of his artist name, Baron Thierry, who did it. Superb concept art. And the idea on Deus Ex is that we wanted to make sure that the visual style was very consistent throughout the entire game, right? It was really homogeneous. And a good way to do this is you make sure that the style that's on the concept art is the style that you want in the game, that there's no like dual standards, you know what I mean? And then what the production artists see on the concept art, they need to reproduce it. I wouldn't say as is, but they need to make sure that the style is the same.
It needs to stay faithful.
It needs to stay very faithful, you know. And what was interesting is that when that room was first designed, sometimes we'd see, you know, an artist working at his desk, and we'd see what we thought or what we think was a wallpaper of the concept art, you know, on his computer, and then suddenly that wallpaper will start moving.
It was actually the 3D.
It was actually the 3D room. We're like, holy shit, this looks 100% like the concept art. Almost it was one of my first time in all of my in my entire career where I really saw this almost 1:1 ratio between concept art.
It was impressive.
It was very impressive.
And actually, it's the first part, the first press tour ever we did with journalists. That's the tech demo we showed.
That's the first thing we ever shown to the journalists, and they asked us, "What the hell is this engine?" Like, because there was so much of a flavor.
There was a flavor,
we definitely didn't have the best of engines to do this game. I mean, it's a well-known fact, but because of that style that we put in it, a lot of people were really
made it very attractive.
Made it very attractive and special. Anyway, and we ended up. This is one of the few very, very early things that we kept and that we recycled, if you want, in the final game. And this is the room that we have here.
Huh. But yeah, this literally was one of the first things that they worked on, and it's such a banger. It's such a banger of a concept. Oh, that camera's gonna assembly, and then the server room. Oh God. Okay, they're all alarmed. Oh, is it because the...
You're dead, man.
Okay.
You're dead.
Christ.
You're dead.
I can do a little murder as a treat. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay. Punished for murder crimes. It's fine. Like, I'm not gonna... I've already done a don't kill anybody except bosses run in the past, so I'm not actually, like, worried about doing another one of those. I've been there, I've done that, I can move on. I do want this energy, though. Quick.
Jesus Christ, you killed him, man.
He asked for it. He kept calling me a big...
No way, no way. I am not going to prison for this.
Hate to tell you this, Trev, but once that bomb goes off, this guy won't be the last skinner in here who buys it.
Shut up, J-Rose. Trevor, you gotta calm down. Help me find something to cover him up with.
I'm telling you, man, Angela lovers deserve what's coming to him.
Disagreement in the ranks. I was thinking earlier that this whole ceiling area looked quite open. I was wondering how I could get up here. This is how. Sinners, I hope you die. Tranquilizer darts. That's biohazardous. Nice.
Get us out of here!
Hurry! Okay.
Do something!
I'm not just standing there. I am doing something.
Hurry!
Save us! Hurry! Do something! Get us out of here!
Access granted. Automated dispersal device deactivated. Countdown terminated. Have a nice day.
Good word to Seraph. I found the hostages.
I'm relaying good news, I hope.
They're safe, and they're staying put. SWAT will have to exfil them as soon as I've got the prototype.
I'll tell Seraph, but don't take too long.
Rolling.
So we're in the hostage room in the manufacturing plant where we have the bomb.
The bomb.
And what is interesting with this one
bomb.
is that there are many ways to defuse the bomb. When you get into the room now, it's booby trapped, so the doors are locking behind you, and now you have to figure it out.
And you have to hack, supposedly.
You can hack. You can also
find
a code for it. But another way to solve it, and a lot of players didn't know that, but you can actually shoot the tank to the left and the tank to the right. And that's it, because there are kind of gas.
The toxic
substance.
mix is when they mix together in the base of the bomb.
But if they don't mix, there's no problem.
Yes, and I think there's actually, you can shoot the connector that causes them to mix. And I remember being in Los Angeles for one of the hands-on presentations with journalists the very first time that they got their hands to play on the game themselves. And I remember there may have been like 20, 30 reporters, and afterwards everyone was talking, and one of them said, I don't know if this was supposed to happen, but I just shot the bomb and it stopped. And everyone else was looking at him like, you're kidding. I'm like, well, you win the prize. You found the secret way.
Incredible.
Put it away, man.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That was too close. They were going to kill us with poison gas. What kind of people are we dealing with?
Thank God you showed up. I don't think they were gonna let us go.
Check out those sideburns.
What took you so long? Where are the cops, for Christ's sake? Goddamn extremists. I'm gonna put in for danger pay. Forget overtime. Goddamn extremists. I'm gonna put in for danger pay. Forget overtime.
Those crazy bastards are capable of anything. You're a hero. Thank you.
Are we gonna be okay now that the bomb is deactivated? I mean, the police must have secured the rest of the plant by now.
Let's see what else these guys have to say.
You've got to find their leader. He's the key to all of this. You should have heard him whip them up into a frenzy. It was scary.
The charismatic.
Has most of these poor kids brainwashed. Throw a little destruction in as a bonus, and they'll do just about anything if you ask them to. Purity First has most of these poor kids brainwashed.
Thank you, God, it's
Throw a
over.
little destruction in as
I
a
said
bonus,
I'd give up drinking if you got us out of
just about
this.
anything if you
I
ask
guess
them
now
to.
I've got to follow through.
Hey, good for you, man.
Well, maybe one little drink. I mean, I deserve it after going through this, right?
Okay.
Goddamn crazy fanatics. How'd they even get in here? No alarms went off or anything. It doesn't make sense. We even took extra measures because of the typhoon.
I know you don't want us running around the place until everything is secured, so why don't you go ahead and do that so we can get out of here? I know you don't want us running around the place until everything is secured, so why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, no, like, no! That's not how this works! It's not what you're supposed to do. The whole point of quitting a thing is that you quit. Okay. Weapons free. Oh! I was worried they were all gonna notice that. Cool angle. Okay, no. We have saved the hostages. That's fine. Why don't I have a crosshair when I'm trying to aim like this? Like, I don't need one, would it? It would be nice. You did this with the little short-range taser. The stun gun was my preferred tactic as well, honestly. But the range is so... it's so short. Okay, I'm just gonna... Beep, beep. You have the option to just kind of smash your way through as well. Storage room. Combat rifle, ammo. I thought this was like a little... I looked down here and I thought this was like a little robot face or something. Shotgun cartridges. And biohazardous material. Suppose that's nice. Okay. Combat rifle. Stun darts. Machine pistol ammo? Does that mean you had a machine pistol? And if so, where has it gone? Ah, there it is. Loads of that kind of ammo as well. Works nicely for me. So eepy. Okay, assembly lab and the server room. I wonder why my crosshair is like... Oh, did I just... I had it off entirely. That was where my settings were last time. Oh, come on. I had one shot in there. Clear. The machine pistol design is very rule of cool. Pocket secretary. So that goes around there. Yeah, the camera can alert all it wants. I'll still be... I think I said it before, I'll still be trying to stealth, but, you know. If things get loud, things get loud. I will try and fight my way out of a situation. Is this... Yeah, this is the way in from that side. So this is the meeting room. I saw there was a couple guys hanging out in here and was just like, nope.
Remind you folks that this is the second time the biotechnology firm has been attacked. The first time, 6 months ago, on the eve of controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on.
Huh?
Is David Seraph hiding something? For tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus.
Did you see the bit about the Australian Civil War there?
Back now to that breaking news coming out of...
Yeah, here we go. 6 soldiers and 12 civilians killed in Australia's Civil War. What?
A group of pro-human activists have raided a Seraph Industries plant. Factory workers have been taken hostage, and the entire city holds its collective breath. I doubt I need to remind you folks that this is the second time the biotechnology firm has been attacked.
Yeah, the emus are at it again. Emu War 2. Get used to seeing this screen, by the way.
Access granted.
Nice. Oh, it's another, oh.
So now we are entering into the first SAS zone of this map.
The airlocks.
Yeah, the airlocks. Actually, it's something that we had to add later as we were producing the maps to help the streaming.
Yeah, it's. I think also at that point in the game, we weren't mastering our streaming capabilities as well as we were later on in the game. So basically, it's just your common thing that you see in a lot of games. While this door is locked, we're actually loading the entire room that's in the back, and they were big rooms. Those are the huge lab rooms with a lot of like stuff to do and a lot of stuff to interact with. But what's good about them, and this is how they should be done, is they're thematically kind of inserted. It fits. It's you're in a lab, and this thing looks like it's a place that's gonna, how would you say, Mary, decontaminate you? Is that it? Yeah, decontamination, sterilize you, and so like all the streams and whatnot. So I'm sure for maybe not for everybody, but for certain people, they didn't even realize what was going on. They were just like, oh, cool, I'm having this steam shower, and then the door opens.
Yeah, I just remember me fighting it the longer I could. I was resisting it because I hate those things in general because it's very artificial, and we all know that it's just we have to load the other portion of the map. But like you said, it turned out.
Yeah, at least when they're thematically incorporated that way, it works in a good way.
I agree.
I also agree. Okay, it's fun that they've set up stuff thematically like that, and that ultimately they have the technical reason for it. Just like, oh yeah, no, yeah, we needed to stream all of these rooms in because they had like loads of stuff that you could interact with, and this was the era of the PS3 and Xbox 360, and they didn't have a lot of memory on those. We didn't have the, billion gigabyte VRAM that we have now. And so you would always just make the most of it.
Looks like what the fuck is that?
Did not even have a single gigabyte. Yeah, no. Would have been what, 512? That would have been the GPUs of the 2012 kind of era. It was just like, oh yeah, we have 512 megs, maybe a gig on a really high-end PC. You know, and now I'm sitting here with a, you know, I've got a PC that's sitting on, 16 gigs of VRAM and 32 gigs of actual. Another storage room? Nice. Revolver ammo. I gotta say, actually having to look around for items and stuff like that, ooh, it is really kind of helping the experience. So a damage upgrade is what I've just picked up. Combine. I can combine it with the machine pistol or the standard, and I'm going to use the standard. 16 and 64, 256 gigs at work. Well, yeah, you're doing, like, complex computer simulation stuff, aren't you? Like, 64 gigs is overkill for most consumers. Stun gun darts. Yeah, it really does enhance the experience having to actually like look around to find the items rather than they're highlighted for you. There is still some subtle highlighting going on though if you look like you've got the kind of shine. Yeah, like that. Indicating like, hey, there's items here. But it's doing so without it putting a full highlight on. That more subtle look is very nice, actually, I think. On the second floor, is this... because this isn't where I came in from. This is large. It's also... okay. Why is this like this? Strange. At least I managed to knock those poor bastards out. I think I checked the storage room on the opposite side. Yeah, this is a different one. Power generator. The white boxes just can't be moved. Window there. Leads into here. Stun gun darts. Loads of those. Frags. Could come in handy. Saw some other stuff. Where did I see it? Wait, so... Okay, good. I can just throw things as well. This is good. Okay, storage rooms have been checked over. That's all good. All right. Elevator? Going down. Augmentations. Well, I have loads of those. I actually have 1 point available. Okay. Aim stabilizer. Thermal armor might actually be handy if I'm going to continue to go down the route of we're okay getting into combat.
So now we're facing one of the air vents of the game. Actually, the air
One
vents...
of the biggest...
cleanest air vents in the history of games.
Yeah, the air vents are definitely the cleanest air vents in the history of games. That's true. And also, this was probably one of the biggest challenges...
With the lockers.
With the lockers of the entire game of Deus Ex Human Revolution. Like, you would think it would be like AI or hacking or how to make like a story as complex as the one that Mary pulled off or whatever, but no.
The air vents.
It was the air vents doors.
And they had to be perfect because they're all over the place.
All over the place. The thing is that when you design something like that, and there's a door that needs to open, and you want to make sure that, and especially the air vents, because we would hide them so much, like put crates in front of them or put all sorts of crap in front of them. The way that they open, you want to make sure that it's not going to obstruct these things or obstruct AI or whatever. But at the same time, wanting it to open in a fairly credible way, you know? So we had them that would kind of slide in a spaceship way, like on the side, like, you know, like, which was like, nah, you know, whatever. And eventually what happened is our lead,
Philippe
Desrosiers, our lead modeler, which is also has studied engineering and drafting, design, all sorts of things like that. So he's really competent with mechanisms and figuring out how things work. And it might seem very simple when you look at it in the game, and it's like, yeah, this is what, you know, should have been done from the beginning, but it's not always that easy and that obvious. But he ended up thinking about just these hinges that are just kind of pushing the hatch forward and then bringing it upward, and it was that simple.
And that's the final solution. But when you look at how it was made in games before that, like it just opens in a very like kind of like a door, but a trap door.
Yeah.
But the thing is that we could have done that, but we had physical objects. You have the characters, and you always have to think
AI.
Exactly. You always have to think about. If the player's going to get stuck, if it's going to damage the experience and whatnot, and sometimes trivial things become really important things that we need.
And I remember when he made that thing, like how happy I was just for a freaking hatch.
We were all happy.
We were just like, oh my god, this is insane. It's like we almost like went out for a beer or something, you know.
That's, again, just fascinating insights into those small things, like the doors being weird. Like, oh yeah, this is exactly why they are this way. Also, what is... I think power is going into this, and then it's going out over Ethernet? Yeah, it must... What? What is this nightmare technology that we have stumbled into? Yeah, power over Ethernet, except it's powering everything. Not Ethernet over power. Power over Ethernet. This was also interesting. Let's see. Electrodes. A little bit of the old techno babble, but I love some techno babble. Brain electrode insert into skull, remove the tremors from Parkinson's. Parkinson's is Parkinson's what Paul Sinha was diagnosed with? Hang on. He was. Okay, yeah. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's. I remember hearing that a university here in New Zealand, actually, was using footage of, like, they had contacted Paul Sinha after his series of Taskmaster sometime, right? And, like, after his diagnosis of Parkinson's, they'd contacted him after. It's just like, hey, we want to use your like footage from your time on Taskmaster as like examples of an early signs of Parkinson's. Like, we wanna show people this footage so they can more readily diagnose this in the future. I think that's really cool. Ah. Why was the turret should be targeting enemies, not me? What was it shooting at? Okay, server room. Hacker Man! Open up, Hacker Man. Oh, even my jump augmentations won't get me over that.
Here, another cutscene where Jensen's going to interact with a potential enemy, and I remember having discussion with Jesse Sweet, our cinematic director, back in the day, because the constraint I gave him is that I didn't want Jensen in any cutscene with a gun, because we don't know what the player's going to have. And for me, it was really important that the cutscenes were keeping the character that you were building consistent with when we were going into those moments. So for him, it was a real challenge to still have Jensen look badass, and then but not using a gun. And that's why in this one we see with the hacker is that Jensen pulls out his blade from his arm. So it was a way to compensate for the lack of gun.
Adam, it's David. You got the Typhoon?
Yeah, but you were right about there being something more behind this. Because I've also got a dead purist in here with some pretty interesting cerebral implants.
Don't touch him. We'll need an expert to recover his neural hub, in case it's booby-trapped.
Copy that. What about Sanders?
SWAT's pressuring me to let them off the leash. Find them before they do, and deal with them.
Alright. Next bit of the mission. Our hacker there was remote accessed and pulled the trigger on himself in order to prevent the hacker from getting caught. I think is how that works out. Or rather, was forced to pull the trigger on himself to cover the hacker's trail. Oh, jeez. SWAT's been let off the leash, then. There's more of the yellow paint. Just how everyone's painting the world.
There you are. Jesus. Any news yet? Zeke hasn't found any juicy secrets yet, if that's what you mean.
But he was positive we'd find something we could show to Picus. Are you saying we got nothing?
I know, man. I think they really messed up this time.
Motherfucker, how we...
How are you supposed to get out of this mess? We won't worry about that. Well, I might need to worry about it. Catching up on chat as well. It's whack that we actually do have power over Ethernet. What the fuck? Yeah, if they're unconscious when SWAT goes by, then they're more likely to remain alive. Hey, I don't think that's right. I don't think that I should be able to see the graphic like that. When I look at it like this, it's fine. I might need to report that one. That's probably one of them there graphics bugs that need to be reported.
The biotechnology firm has been attacked. The first time, 6 months ago, on the
Cheaters are hard. Z indexes are hard.
With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on. Is David Sarah hiding something?
Yeah, I noticed that one as well. What I should probably do, to be honest, is make a save looking at the thing so that I can pass it off to someone. Oh, I heard something about Australia. Let's go take a look at that. The tone is so, like, the tone of the dialogue for those radio bits is so fucking spot on. So good. Who is keeping all these tranquilizer darts in the meeting room, and why? Are they meeting with Elon Musk, and so they need to have some horse tranquilizer on hand? I love the bathroom mirror ads. Mirror function off. Energy save mode on. Yeah, energy save mode. Need power nap strat for the long working hours. Also, who puts a glass thing on a bathroom? What are we doing? Excellent. Also, there's a vent in the bathroom. Is there a vent in this one? There's a vent cover. The actual vent is in there. Where could that vent even possibly lead? Oh, it goes up into the upper meeting rooms. Okay. Just vent the smells from the bathroom up there. It's fine. Into the meeting room. Into the corporate boardroom. Make it all smell like piss. Okay, going up. Literally a Final Fantasy VII plot beat.
So we are about to enter the first social boss fight with Zeke Sanders. And actually, the story here is that early on, we decided that, for some reasons that I can't remember very well, but we decided that you wouldn't be able to use the social augmentation against this guy. And that as we were fleshing out the upgrade system, we were mapping out not mapping out, but establishing the pacing at which rhythm you would get the praxis kits or the praxis points. And that's why at the beginning of the game, I'm not fully happy with how many praxis kits that you get as you move forward.
Well, if I remember correctly, this was the third social boss fight that we wrote, and at the time that we wrote it, we didn't even have the concept of praxis kits. You had to go to the limb clinic to get operated on, and so when we did we knew that you wouldn't get augmented before that, and you'd have no chance to have the social aug. So I think that's why we decided not to have it initially in this conversation, because we knew you wouldn't have had a chance to get it yet. And later we came in with the idea of the praxis kits, and at that point it became this issue of, oh wait, we have to make sure we don't give you two because you might have it and we don't support it.
And what happened is that, like I was just saying, what happened is that after that, at the beginning of the game, the pacing to get augmentations is too slow. And it's something that we're aware of and we're not happy with it. But because of those decisions and with what you explained, we were forced to keep it this way. So.
Yet more interesting insights into this game. We'll be right back. We're back. I wanted to go back down here for one more second because I think I missed an actual dev commentary track, and I want to make sure that I don't miss those. It's kind of funny how quiet this all is once you... Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, so here, as you can see, in this office building, there is a sea full of computers. And we, as you also know, we had to write emails for every single computer that existed in the game. And one of the big challenges we had in doing that was that we never quite knew ahead of time how many computers there would be. There was the level design was coming to us and saying, you know, we need to know how many emails, how many computers you want, and we were saying to level design, well, we need to know how many computers you intend to put in there, and no one would actually make a decision.
Oh, good. I didn't realize that would stop it.
Access granted.
Boing.
Yeah, so here, as you can see, in this office building, there is a sea full of computers.
What?
Yeah, so here, as you can see, in this office building, there is a sea full of computers. And we, as you also know, we had to write emails for every single computer that existed in the game. And one of the big challenges we had in doing that was that we never quite knew ahead of time how many computers there would be. There was the level design was coming to us and saying, you know, we need to know how many emails, how many computers you want, and we were saying to level design, well, we need to know how many computers you intend to put in there, and no one would actually make a decision. And we were doing it so late in the process as well that when we actually sat down there to write them, we weren't really sure at that point how many computers there would be. So it was pretty interesting until we finally got our communication straight and were able to say, okay, look, can you give me a few more computers? Or could you take away a few computers? Because we just don't quite have it down. So that was a really big challenge, and we learned an awful lot through the process, so we got it right with the DLC, The Missing Link.
Speaking of computers as well, something that we could add, because again, it's something that people sometimes don't think about, how something simple or something that looks simple is actually very complicated, is that, you know, in the game we have the interactive computers, right? The ones that you're talking about now. We have the security hubs, the blue ones that are also interactive. And there's the how do you say, the props computers, the ones that are just for
filling the world.
Just filling the world, like the ones that you cannot use. And it actually, these things generate very complex problems, because especially with someone like Jeff as a game director, where he wants everything to be very clear and systemic, you have to make sure that the visual language is very, very clear between the ones that you can use, the ones that you cannot use, and what their purposes are. And that created a bit of a few headaches and everything to get it done right.
But you guys pull it off.
Yes, we did.
That is an interesting consideration to have to make as well. Like, if we're having prop computers, you can't have them look the same as all of these. So they've landed on this kind of more terminal-esque design and something slick and touchscreen oriented for these ones.
Access granted.
Nuke virus. Alright. Let's go do this social boss fight finally. This is it's one of those ideas that I do really like. I like the, you know, you've got the potential to talk people down and stuff. Framing it as a boss fight feels very weird to me. Let's see what they have to say.
So here, one of the interesting cutscenes where actually I remember us debating about the fact that everybody in this world were thin. There was no fat people and everything. And since with our skeleton and etc. for all the NPCs in the world, we knew that we couldn't address that thing, and we said, well, at least there might be an opportunity to put some, in some instances, like in cutscenes, to cover the fact that it's not everybody in the world that is thin, right?
Yeah, and we really wanted Josie to be the manager of this, to be slightly heavier than everyone else in the game.
And it was this argument about it would be tough to animate and stuff like that, it's not going to look good. And
that was nonsense.
Yeah, but it was a tough one, but finally we managed to make her slightly more heavy than other characters.
Yeah, and I remember that there were certain people on the team who really, really were against it, and they were just saying it'll look weird visually, and having a really thin terrorist with this heavy woman just won't work, and I never quite understood the heart of those things. But in the end, it works out really well. And it makes for a really good hostage situation, which is definitely improved.
Yeah, for me, I was loving this. This was one of my favorite scenes because I said, you know, from Sound Point, there was so much to play with because you got the riot, well, the terrorist attack that's sort of happening outside, but you got, you know, the riot police coming in to handle it. You got cops coming in. You've got a hostage situation. So I mean, the tension level's on 10, which is great. The one thing that was funny when the scene first came to me is we had almost nothing of Josie crying and whimpering, and I thought for a situation like this, the hostage should definitely be like sobbing and whimpering through the whole thing. So we started by adding that, which brought a lot of life to her character during the scene. Like even when there's nothing going on, you can hear her kind of whimpering and sobbing. And I remember, I think we worked a week just getting the timing for the sound. There's a point where a helicopter beam comes right through the room, and I wanted the sound of the helicopter to come with it, to come really close, so it sounded like, you know, they're just, you know, patrolling around and waiting for this guy. That took like almost a week, and again, like JF always says, it's funny how what seems to be the simplest thing can cause so much headaches and be so complicated. Like you're like, we're just sinking a damn light with a sound, but it took forever. But once all the elements came in, this was one of my favorite scenes in the game because I love the actor who played Zeke. I thought he was so good. And his performance, along with Jensen's performance, all the sound, the outside stimuli, her sobbing, it just brought the whole thing together.
Huh. Honestly, not where I thought that dialogue was gonna go at all. I didn't think... Yeah, every time they talk about something with a helicopter taking like a week. This is the incomplete social profiler for him as well. Let's see. Try and free her.
You go with her.
Stand down, Hanser! I told you, stand down or this bitch is dead!
Bullshit. You're bigger than that. You don't kill civilians.
Damn right! I'm a decorated vet, and I won't be jerked around. I need to find out who's behind this, and right now the boss lady's my only ticket out of here.
Listen to me. Whatever's going on, it's big. You've got a better chance of getting to the bottom of it if you work with me, but I can't do a thing until you let her go.
Are you stupid? I don't work with dogs. God, you must think I'm some kind of moron. And who can blame you? Because it's exactly what it must look like to everyone right now. Trapped in here by the cops, and my only option is to take a hostage. How screwed up is that?
Let's see. Verge of playing... you were played for a fool. Let's see, let her go. Just think you taking a hostage is your only way out of here. You're so committed to that tactic that you're not seeing any other solution. Doing better than you think. I know you have the balls to handle this. You don't need the civilian.
Nothing else to say!
Hush. If he's irrational, I'll try and empathize with him.
You're doing better than you think. You're still standing, and that's more than the hacker was expecting. You said you're a vet, so I know you've got the balls to handle this. You don't need the civilian to get you out of here.
You got a good point there. But still, there's no way I could put my trust in you. You're on the same side as the cops. They got me completely surrounded and there's nothing I can do. I'm all alone in here.
Empathize. Only thing cops are focused on is the safety of the civilians. Cops will be looking after the civilians, too occupied to worry about you. All you'll accomplish is getting yourself killed. Reason.
Cops will be looking after civilians. They're too busy to worry about you. But if something happens to her, you will get their attention. Their priorities will shift, and all you'll accomplish is getting yourself killed.
That sounds reasonable, but I don't know. One of your kind tricked my brother into manipulating me, and I have to make sure that they get what all can openers deserve. I'm not wasting any more of my time arguing with you. Out of my way, you freak.
Okay, last chance. You got more honor than the man betrayed you. You're supposed to take hostages, force the cops to silence you permanently. Hacker's plan was for you to die. He used your brother because he knew you would trust him. That's all he knows you. Is your whole family this stupid? Oh my god. No. Hacker's plan was for you to die. You've got more honor.
Nothing else to say.
I'm trying to decide, man.
Listen, the hacker's plan was for you to die. He knew there would be civilians here tonight. He thought of everything. He used your brother because he knew you would trust him. That's how well he knows you. He expected you to take a hostage, just like he knew the cops would kill you for it.
You're right. Damn. You know, he even asked me once about hostages. I told him I would if I had to. I thought I had to here, but I can't afford to, can I? Go on, get out of here. You're free to go. I did what you wanted, so let me go. I got played here too, I say.
I've got as much interest in finding out who's really behind this as you do, cabron.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll owe you one. But I promise you this, someone's gonna pay.
Keep looking. Adam! He's here somewhere! Adam, what's happening? What's your situation? Adam!
Sanders is gone, boss. But I'm pretty sure he's just a dupe. Somebody else set this up.
Damn it. Okay, I want you back here now. The admin building has a rooftop terrace. Meet Farida on it.
Copy. Jensen out.
Let's see. What do we have here? By authority of the Global School of Investigation. The manager is a PI?
So this particular computer here is one of the important ones in light of the fact that it is the first computer in the game where you can actually find our first Nigerian email scam. We had a lot of fun. The world we and so you can actually find on every map one Nigerian email somewhere in the map, and in the Hangsha map there's actually a computer that you can find where you find the person who originated the Nigerian email scam, and his computer lists every single computer in the game that has it. So we were actually debating whether we would make it an achievement to find him, but in the end we kind of cut that one off of the list.
That's... Okay, well clearly I have to look at this. If they're highlighting it in dev commentary, let's have a look.
Access granted.
Easy to unlock. Crisis situation. Ramp up production. Scowlingmask.ni. Confidential. Yeah, the classic Nigerian prince scam. Ready to transfer the fund overseas. Incredible scenes. Oh, hello.
Jensen? You're the guy who was sent in before us? Those hostages owe you a lot. Nice going. Way to secure the terrorist leader, Jensen. Now the bastard's free to spread his lies and cause more trouble. No!
It was worth it. I made a quick save for that, so don't worry about it.
way to secure the terrorist leader, Jensen. Now the bastard's free to spread his lies and cause more trouble.
God, I can't believe they made us wait out here while the leader of these assholes got away. Who knows what he'll do now?
He'll owe me.
Open up, you son of a bitch!
They're so useless. Grunts various.
Give it everything you got!
Nice job securing the plant.
How the hell did you let the bastard get away? Sarah's boy? Drop the ball now.
Sorry, Mr. Thorne. The target is on lockdown. I can't let anyone in.
But my wife, she's still in there. I need to know that she's okay.
You'll have to wait until the building is secure. Now back up and let the SWAT team do their job, please.
Comfort the man. Christ's sake, y'all.
My wife, is she all right?
She's fine. A little shaken up, though. Swab will need to debrief her, but you'll see her soon.
I don't know what to say. I think I've given up on her. You're a true hero, man. I'll find some way to repay this, I swear.
There's no need for that. I was just doing my job.
Don't be modest. I didn't recognize you before, but I know who you are, Mr. Jensen. And I know you weren't supposed to be back at work yet. Thank God you are. I'll be in touch. Count on it.
All right. Oh.
Well, so that's the end of the mission in manufacturing plant, and maybe a lot of players didn't know that, but actually you can go back into the plant now that the mission is over. The police officers just took over the plant.
Yes, they won the battle.
Yeah, they won the
bridge.
battle. And if you go back, you can go back until the beginning of the map and meet a lot of police officers along the way. You even have one police officer that is taking picture of the hacker that killed himself in front of you, and you can talk to all of them, and they have their barks and everything.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
It is, and most people don't realize
no.
they can do that.
And to me, it was really important because it was like it's a game where you can go where you want, whenever you want, and we should maintain the logic of the story regardless of what you do. And I remember that. What I wanted was giving a lot of headaches to the level designers, but also to the writers as well, because they had to write more about these things. So in a couple of places in the game, we didn't do it, and with the storytelling of what was happening, we were kind of sort of justifying that there's no way back. But as much as possible, it was a rule of thumb, like, okay, we're at the end of the map, we need to support going back at the beginning. But this is the one that we did it the best.
And I remember the level designers kept trying to come back to you with, well, can we cut them off at the elevator?
No.
Maybe we can cut them off here.
No.
But what if we stop them here?
No.
but we could put like a barricade from the police.
No.
Thanks to JF, you can go back and find all those goodies.
Again, like, is it important or not? For me, was more the attention to the detail and trying to keep the credibility of the place and stuff. So
that's impressive dedication, if absolutely nothing else. And I do kind of want to see what the, like, if the officers who were taking pictures of the body and stuff have anything to say.
Nice job securing the plant. Sir, if you could back away, please.
Hello?
I've never seen such a fucked up situation. Someone rattled these guys before we could get in here. You aren't supposed to instigate when you deal with terrorists. You infiltrate.
Do you not think I did that?
Many are now wondering if something else may be going on.
Why don't you put that away, sir?
It's an active crime scene. Please don't touch anything.
A cab.
Pro-human activists have raided a Seraph Industries plant.
So here's the walkway.
Please, sir, the situation is under control.
So here in manufacturing plant, we get close to the bridge where we have the police forces that are fighting the purity first.
Oh.
So here in manufacturing plant, we get close to the bridge where we have the police forces that are fighting the purity first.
Storming the plant.
Terrorists, they are storming the plant. And I wanted so badly to have this piece of show don't tell where now that the police are pressuring in the facility and everything, but with playtest we saw that most players never really saw what was happening. Like it was too
it was under their feet.
Exactly.
Gamers don't look down.
During level design itself, we wanted to have windows. We wanted to show how do we showcase this type of event, but this event was only on paper, so it was very hard to actually make sure that every single player was seeing it, and the whole AI versus AI came very, very, very late, right, Pat?
Yeah, like the AI programmer will probably have a different story to that, but you needed to have a faction system when you need to turn like enemies or NPC, they were neutral and they have to know who they are neutral to and who they can attack. So by having like Jensen like taking control of a turret and say this turret now attacks the enemy has to know who is now like used to be his friend, the turret was a friend, now it becomes an enemy. So we had
Sounds
that
like
as a
Facebook.
Yeah, so we had that system, and that's the beauty with Deus Ex, where we built systemic features, and then the AI could fight against each other, even if we didn't put too much love. I think it came like at a cost, like of a low cost, but the production might not be impressive, like we wish, like you wish.
One of the constraints as well is that we didn't want to have the player interact with those guys. We really wanted to have AI versus AI and leave them independent. So just because of that, we had to make sure the player was enclosed in a very safe environment. Thus, the infamous corridor with the glass
with the glass floor that no woman is ever going to want to walk over.
Oh God! I hadn't even considered that. Yeah. Yeah, no. no woman would ever want to walk across this. All right. The server room's next. We'll see what's in here, and then we'll take off.
Listen, pal, I got a job to do. I don't have time to answer your questions.
You're a Seraph security agent, aren't you? I gotta say, I expected a lot more resistance when we stormed the buildings. Wasn't a whole lot of fight left in these guys, though. Any idea how they all got knocked out?
Yeah, it's my doing.
Wasn't a whole lot of fight left in these guys, though. Any idea how they all got knocked out? This is an active crime scene. Please don't touch anything.
No problem, I'll just take the murder weapon.
Wasn't a whole lot of fight left in these guys, though. Any idea how they all got
Can't prosecute if you don't have the murder weapon. Bye! The layout of this building, though, like, it's believable, right? It's sort of believable walking around if you kind of squint at it. Here, though, you look at this, and, you know, I think immediately coming into the stairwell, like, why is there not rooms off to the side, like here? Why are they not making use of that space when they're clearly making use of the space up here? Like, there should be access to that lower floor. Like, it's obviously designed to just kind of be a... It's not designed to be a real livable building in the same way that a lot of towns in video games are not actually designed to be, like, livable towns. Hey, Malik.
You made a lot of people happy tonight, Jensen. And not just the men in suits.
It's what they pay me for.
No. They pay you to put corporate interests ahead of people. You found a way to satisfy everyone. Guess Dr. Reed was telling the truth about you.
Megan? What are you talking about, Malik?
Before you were hired, she said the papers were lying about Mexican Town. That you weren't fired from the force. You quit when you realized Protect and Serve had become Protect and Serve the corporate interest. Nice to see she was right. You ready to go?
Yeah, get me out of here, Malik.
Your wish is my command. Climb in.
Righto, let's skedaddle. See, here we have an in-game rendered cinematic for this. It's like traces of the cinematic vision for it. Like, oh, we wanted to do it all in game and stuff, but the constraints were just too great for them to be able to do it. Fucked up, nobody has given me a VTOL yet. True.
So now we're returning to Seraph HQ, and now we have a conversation with Farida where she asks you how you feel about your augmentation and everything. But it's one thing that when we reached Alpha, with the critical path and everything playable, we kind of realized that there were not many interaction possibilities with some of the main characters, and therefore the personal touch, the emotional touch was kind of missing.
Well, and I think it was also like up until that point we kind of approached the writing of the dialogues. We were kind of approaching this from a cutscene mentality. We had a lot of cutscenes that would convey the main story. We had dialogues that would react to things that the player had done, so we would have these conversations with Seraph, for instance, where he would say, you know, why did you kill them all? Why did you not? Etc., etc. But we hadn't actually looked at it from the standpoint of allowing the player to decide what he wanted Adam to say, unless it was, you know, do you want this weapon or that weapon? So when we reached the alpha phase, we started to realize, wait a minute, we need to bring more of that in. So we ended up doing a major overhaul of a lot of the scenes, and it enabled us to get this scene like with Farida, where suddenly she becomes a much more important character, and she's also bringing in a lot of the questions that we wanted to raise about augmentations. Absolutely. And how do you feel, to pull that player experience. So we were able to kind of succeed in many levels in allowing the player to choose how he wanted to be Adam and to get him to reflect more on his own experience with Adam. And I think this particular scene, it ended up resonating with a lot of different players for it as well.
Of note there, though, there's a couple things of note in that commentary section. First is, like, Mary, I'm sure you are a fantastic writer and all. The use of he specifically indicating the player rather than they, like, it feels like an artifact of its time. A decade later, you know, there is a greater understanding that more people than just, like, young men play video games. But there was always kind of that cultural perception, especially around this time. The other thing of note here is that two of these dialogue choices are very, like, gruff McTuff man, you know? Grudging and callous. I kind of wish there was another option there that would give you another kind of positive reaction to this. If there are inflection points for the player to reflect, then I feel like you need to kind of balance that spectrum of emotions more than what we're doing here, which is you're kind of leaning on the negative, the I never asked for this, you know?
You're right. I didn't choose to get augmented. And I still don't know if I would have if given the choice. But today felt good. Surprisingly good.
Dr. Reed said you'd take to them. Said it was in your genes. Just be careful, okay? A lot of people think there's a reason the human body rejects this technology over time.
I didn't peg you for the type who gets caught up in metaphysical debates, Malik.
I'm not. I told you myself I've got neuro enhancements. I'm just saying the choices we do get to make inevitably have consequences.
Yeah. Tell that to the bastard who did this to me.
I hear you. And you know what? You're not the only person in this place who wants to find him. So if I can help in any way, all you gotta do is ask.
Aw, thank you, Malik. That would actually be... What if we learn more?
Actually, there is something. I want to know about the first attack.
Fine. Ask away.
You were there that night. What do you remember?
What do you remember about it?
That it was chaos. First, everybody figured there'd been some kind of accident, but Pritchard couldn't get a good visual and communications were haywire. Then we heard the explosions. By the time anyone knew what had hit us...
They were gone.
Whoever they were good, Jensen. Special training good.
Did anyone else see them? The men who attacked?
Not well enough to get a description. Pritchard got some fuzzy images off one of the Intellicams, but his tapes were all confiscated by Homeland Security.
Homeland? I heard Homicide passed it over to Special Investigations. Detroit Special Investigations.
They did, for the first month. After that, all I really know is the case is still pending, and Mr. Seraph is not pleased.
We got nothing.
I've been thinking about why they attacked. What they were really after.
Isn't it obvious? They didn't want us going to Washington.
No, that was just timing. Hearings can be rescheduled. Somebody else can present Megan's findings.
I don't think so, Jensen. They took out her whole team. Declan Faraday, Vasily Savchenko, Nia Colvin, even Eric Koss. The labs their bodies were found in.
Were burned to a crisp. I know.
The only reason you weren't caught in the fire was because that retaining wall came down. Saved your life, believe it or not.
So the whole attack was just to destroy Megan's research.
Sure looks that way. Mr. Seraph is hoping to reconstruct it, but it may take months. If he can keep us solvent that long.
I'm gonna find him, Malik. One way or another.
I believe you. And just so you know, when you do, I've got your back.
I appreciate that, Malik, but right now...
You've got to get the Typhoon into the tech lab, right. See you later, then. Oh, and Jensen, the boss wants a face-to-face debrief in his office once it's secure.
Roger that. Good night, Malik.
Okay. Of note there, you know, the case is clearly being covered up. Megan said that the, augmentations feeling good was in our genes to Malik at some point. And there is something about that will come up later. If you have played the game before, you probably know what that is hinting at already, but, you know, those details are already there from minute one. They're not very subtle.
So here's the VTOL, or the VTOL, Adam's chopper, or Farida's chopper. This is definitely one of the pieces of hardware that I really, really prefer in the game. I mean, one of my favorite ones. I think it's a perfect mix of really, really almost hardcore sci-fi design, yet with a lot of credibility to it, where you can easily imagine this is where things would go, you know, in 20 or 30 years from now. I just really love it. I've always wanted to make a little, you know, model of it, you know, kind of like a scratch build with
it looks really good.
It looks really good. Just buying pieces of model kits from airplanes and stuff like that, and just from the pieces actually build that. And yeah, it has a lot of character, and that's it. I really like it.
And speaking of character, since the VTOL is also very much associated with Farida
yeah.
Malik, Farida was actually a character who was not originally thought to be a very important character in the game. I think it took a long time before we actually gave her a name. In fact, at first we were calling her Farina, but then everyone here was saying, Mary, that means wheat in French.
Flour.
And it's flour. It's flour in French. It can't be that
in.
and everything. So,
Yeah.
but she really wasn't intended to be this big big character at all in the game. And then as we continued developing the game and writing the scripts and starting to add more player choice into dialogues, she ended up becoming, and it makes sense when you think about it because she's one of your constant companions. So she ended up coming within the development process itself, be developing into a very, very big character. And I think our original backstory for her was she was supposed to be of Muslim descent, and we originally wanted to have her use Arabic language and swear words and everything.
We tried it.
But then when we ended up casting the actress as 100% American.
Well, because here's the thing, what I remember is, and you had a strong affection for the character because it was based on a character in Battlestar Galactica. I think that, you were saying as a reference.
A little bit.
It was
like
Starbucks.
As a reference.
Yeah, as a reference, yeah.
So we had that, but then she's got to be Arabic. So we had found the actress and we loved what she brought, and she had that sort of tough, kind of tomboyish sort of way about her, and we really loved everything about it. But every time we would have dialogue where she'd have to swear in Arabic to kind of give her that, where she comes from, it just always sounded really forced. It just never worked. Like she would nail the pronunciation, but it's just, it's not natural.
We pretty much figured the first time that she did it, that was like, okay, we're dropping all that right now, and we're just going with the American.
Yeah, very quickly adapted it. We kept the character. We kept her origins. We just removed the swearing from the Arabic language and kept her North American, and it worked well.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, the thing on her face above her lip, actually in the game it looks like a beauty mark, but it's supposed to be a monaural piercing, and it just didn't really come out all that well in the game. So everybody, there's a lot of fan art about Farida, and they put a beauty mark, but it's supposed to be a little piercing.
Now you know the truth.
Now you know the truth. Say that again?
I always thought it was a piercing.
Cool. So we were too, thinking it was a piercing.
Oh yeah. I can see what they were going for, but because the skin is raised ever so slightly there, you can see it, right? Because the skin looks like it's raised there, it just fails to look like a piercing. Just barely.
So now we're returning to Seraph HQ, and now we have a
We've already
with Farida, where she asks you how you feel about your augmentation and everything. But it's one thing that when we reached Alpha with the critical path and everything playable, we kind of realized that there were not many interaction possibilities with some of the main characters, and therefore the personal touch, the emotional touch was kind of missing.
Well, and I think it was also up until that point, we kind of approached the writing of the dialogues. We were kind of approaching this from a cutscene mentality. We had a lot of cutscenes that would convey the main story. We had dialogues that would react to things that the player had done. So we would have these conversations with Seraph, for instance, where he would say, why did you kill them all? Why did you not? Etc., etc. But we hadn't actually looked at it from the standpoint of allowing the player to decide what he wanted Adam to say, unless it was, do you want this weapon or that weapon? So when we reached the alpha phase, we started to realize, wait a minute, we need to bring more of that in. So we ended up doing a major overhaul of a lot of the scenes, and it enabled us to get the scene like with Farida, where suddenly she becomes a much more important character, and she's also bringing in a lot of the questions that we wanted to raise about augmentations. Absolutely. And how do you feel, to pull that player experience. So we were able to kind of succeed in many levels in allowing the player to choose how he wanted to be Adam, and to get him to reflect more on his own experience with Adam. And I think this particular scene, it ended up resonating with a lot of different players for it as well.
Sorry, I can't let you in till he's done with his call, and who knows how long that'll be.
He's doing damage control?
Something like that. Bill Taggart is giving a speech at the convention center soon, don't you?
The founder of the Humanity Front, talking about horrors of augmentation research in Seraph's backyard. Eliza Cassan's been all over that one for months.
And you've been in recovery, not a coma. Well, 10 minutes ago, Taggart went on TV to publicly denounce all the violence that's been committed against us. He's telling the esteemed Miss Cassan that he wants a face-to-face meeting with David to express his most sincere condolences.
Seraph's not considering that, is he?
David's no fool. He knows better than to get roped into a public debate, but he can't simply ignore the man either. Don't worry. I'm sure he'll figure out something.
I actually had not stumbled into that dialogue before.
He's on the phone, Adam. You'll have to come back later.
Well, I need to get the thing to Tech Lab anyway, so... Such a good, like, city skyline shot. Oh, this is Adam's office.
So here in Adam's office, you can see his computer. You can find emails on it, and as you can find emails all over the company of Seraph. But in particular here, we start off a quest for Jensen to investigate these neuropazine thefts that are going on. And this was actually a mini quest that was kind of proposed by a level designer, the level designer who created this level. And he came to us and said he really wanted to have this really cool thing where you could kind of break into offices and find the codes to other people's offices, and it would be this whole mystery of kind of solving this, wrapping it up to the side quest of who's stealing the neuropazine. But his real intention was really just to give players a reason to get inside offices and steal things and find good codes for it. So he never really thought through the actual quest itself, and neither did really me or anyone else. And so when we actually sat down to start writing these emails, we just kind of had this thing as I'm going forward and I'm trying to build this whole mystery through this whole quest, and eventually as I'm getting to the end I'm realizing there's no payoff.
Yeah, there's nothing.
And there's nothing because we can't pay it off because that's part of the side quest that comes later.
Yeah.
And we were doing it so late in the production process that we just kind of had no chance.
It was a bummer because a lot of players came to us after that because they were really into that quest and everything, and they were asking us like, how does it end? Like, where's the conclusion? And we're like,
the conclusion is when you steal from your office, it leads nowhere.
There's the moral.
There's the moral. I steal pixels and polygons all the time. I don't know what to do with them. Yeah. I have no idea. I stack them up.
Stealing's bad, okay?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Very silly. Hack my own security. Let's do it. Clearance.
Access granted.
500 XP for that, not bad. Words aren't enough. Third floor condo in Brooklyn Court. Find the entrance behind the 2nd Street gas station. Stop by the next time you're in the city, we'll have something for you. We've got another suspect in the neuropazine thefts. Denzel Mitchell. Franklin. Will Rossellini as well. Office 2-3. There's Denzel's. 1, 3, 6, 4. People's Republic of China, fast-tracking their augmentation research. Law boy. Young medical. Anything in the drawers? Pocket secretary. Lawyer. Micah Pine. Snake, give me the code 27. And use the air ducts to cross over. Okay, I need to take another quick break here. We'll be back soon. Hello, I'm back. Oh, and the temperature is starting to rapidly drop in my room. Give me a second. Ugh.
This whole thing just brings back bad memories. I love working here, but it's hard knowing that at any second...
God, can't talk about it. Another bunch of radicals burst through the door like right now and start shooting.
I know. It's so awful. Because you'd be the first to... I mean... You'd be...
I'd be the first to what?
Nothing. Forget it.
Jesus, okay. Commentary?
So as you walk around Seraph HQ, you'll see on all the doors, or near all the offices, are the names of the employees. We kind of did this all at once, very quickly.
Excuse me? My controller is not... Okay, apparently my controller is disconnected. I don't even know how that happened.
The level designer said, well, we need to name these people, and we had no idea. So I assigned it to one of the writers, Mark, and he had the great idea that since this is a scientific research and a thing in the Renaissance style, why don't we make up names? Why don't we take names of scientists and Renaissance thinkers from the past and painters and kind of mix them up? So a lot of the people in here, with the exception of Will Rossellini, are actually these references to ancient, to Renaissance thinkers and painters and artists.
Okay, that's cute.
Second, he was with Purity first. I think someone slipped him into Sandra's group to manipulate those thugs.
Yeah, but who? Who would know we were developing the Typhoon?
Same people who attacked us last time, Roy. I mean, come on. We were testing it when they broke in.
All right, I'll give you that. So what? You think a foreign government is behind this?
Governments aren't the only ones hiring mercenaries these days. Isolé, Kusanji, Taeyong Medical. Any one of our competitors could be behind this.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Capture.
Access granted.
Elite skills. That's an artifact of its time. Building wings a better tomorrow. Oh, because it's the myth of Icarus. Get it? Get it? You're gonna fly too close to the sun. Again, I really do think that you have to be blunt as a hammer when dealing with the average gamer. Let's see. Thanksgiving in the desert. Didn't you fire Brian Tyndall a few weeks ago? Could have sworn I saw him coming out of helipad storage the other night. Far as I could tell, nothing's missing. I think that might lead... That might be more of those, like, neuropozyne theft leads. Anyway, let's go talk to... Pritchard. Like, this is the coolest thing he has going for him, this CRT rainbow. And actually, you know what? The motorbike that he's working on here is also pretty sick, I can't lie. Like, that's a slick design. I would enjoy riding that tremendously. Oh, and he just leaves his credit chips lying around, too. Thanks, Pritchard. And then this commentary is probably...
So with this one...
Yeah, it's the Final Fantasy one.
The Final Fantasy poster. It was quite an adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the concept artists who had this idea, and he just... he's like, you know, it was not too long after we were bought by Square Enix, so he had the idea to do this little poster, and it's Final Fantasy 27, obviously, because the game takes place in 2027. And he just put it like this for the...
Oh, look at these little, like, graphics cards.
It became something really, really big because we wanted to keep it, but, you know, the way Square Enix works, you know, they're very serious about the license and whatnot. So he actually went up all the way to Wada-san to be approved
and asked him
to leave there, and he actually had to show it to some of the artists and some of the art directors of the franchise, so they could approve that it, you know, it had something that had to do with the game. And what's funny as well is, if you look at the poster, the head of the lady is hiding the numbers, and there's actually not enough space for the numbers if you actually try to like imagine them there, which doesn't work. But whatever, it's still there. Yeah.
Interesting books that we've got here too. I mean, let's take a look at some of these selections. Guns Blazing, Child and Violence, Under Heavy Fire, Resolving Conflicts, Human Traffic, Sick Management Tactics, A Detailed History of Cybernetics. I need, like, a zoom. Oh, maybe I can see some more of them down here. Being More Effective... Orpheus Slain. Harry. Resolving Conflicts. The Citadel of Arco. There's Child and Violence again. General Tao, the man behind the chicken. Using Force for Peace. Gross. Quantum Theory. And a bunch of almanacs as well. Oh. Oh, no, I thought these were, like, some of the viruses. Mathematical models. Echoes of Icarus. Nature of neuroplasticity. Flexibility of the brain to reorganize itself based on experience. Hearing and touch and hearing can be modified through practice. I wonder if the referenced studies actually exist. A series of studies in the mid-90s at Southern Illinois University. Cleverly designed experiments by Michael Merzenich. Let's see if those exist. Merzenich, American neuroscientist and professor. He's real. He led the cochlear implant team. Research on brain plasticity. Collaborated in numerous studies. 2004 TED Talk, which outlines the basic findings of the research. Critical period and adult plasticity. Infant critical period is when a child's brain establishes neural processes for the stimuli to which is presented. adult plasticity is when the brain refines neural processes as it masters tasks. Neurophysicists have demonstrated that neuroplasticity remains through adulthood. Dr. James T. Todd, professor of psychology, has criticized Merznick for using the term miraculous to describe evidence allegedly supporting the rapid prompted method, which is a pseudoscientific technique that attempts to aid people with autism or other disabilities to communicate through pointing, typing, or writing, otherwise known as spelling to communicate. Claiming scientific outlier, Michael Merznick claims that scientific outliers are hard to analyze in the laboratory and replicate. True, but it is always important to question it, which is what Todd is criticizing him for. The studies seem to exist. Some of them, anyway. Like, these studies weren't done in the late 90s. But stuff on the brain plasticity in particular is like late 2000s, mid-late 2000s. Partial bibliography. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the referenced studies here don't actually exist, but the concept itself does. Interesting.
Well, well, if it isn't Attila the Hun, fresh from the killing fields. If this is about the typhoon, I'll get to it in a minute.
Now, Pritchard. I didn't risk my neck to have you lose it in a pile of CPUs and scuzzy adapters.
Why would you still be using SCSI? What? Why does Pritchard have like a billion CPUs, apparently? I mean, this is probably not literal, just like, I don't want you losing it in your shit, but...
Well, look at you, using the big words. Don't think just because you hacked through the plant security system so fast, there's a reason I can't examine the typhoon yet.
Do tell.
For your information, I am running a diagnostic sweep on our network and router security to find out how Sanders' hacker got a hold of our codes.
I'd have thought the first question to ask is, whose codes were they? Unless you already know.
Stick to kicking down doors and shooting people, Jensen, and stop trying to do my job. I guarantee you we'll get along better that way.
Oh, Prickard. What do you mean I'm still using SCSI? No, I'm not. That's just the Final Fantasy poster one again.
Yeah, and Seraph HQ, when I saw it, I was pretty impressed with it. It was really quite the achievement visually, and just everything you had in there. There was so much exploring to do, all the pillars you could get the history from, you could get the history of augmentation and the work Seraph had done. So I knew for the exploring type players, they were going to spend a fair amount of time here. So it was a bit stressful in coming up with the track for this. I just remember telling Mike, I want something really cerebral and subtle, something that can easily just slip into your back consciousness while you're playing, and you would only notice it if we took it away. And
it's kind of melancholic, right?
It is. It's got a very melancholy, almost a bit of a sad feel to it.
Is that the same track that we ended up putting on a website on the Seraph Industries website, like viral website that we did?
I think so. It's the same track that we use as the menu track, because it just... we were going to compose a menu track, but in the end we just felt this track was really strong, and it represented, I don't know, it sort of encompassed something of the game that was important, and it felt okay to put it as the menu track, because it's almost like Seraph HQ, you visit it 3-4 times in the game, And again, you know, when you're going to revisit an area and you're coming back with the same music, you're really hoping people aren't like, oh, not this again. So, you know, I was fully aware of that all the time and a bit stressed out about it. But again, credit to Mike and the work he did. He came back with a track that, for me, it fit perfect. And based on the comments that were positive that people came back with, we actually said, well, let's throw it in as the menu track because people seem to really like it and it seems to work.
Cool bits of history. That's that same one that I was just looking at. Micah Pine. Wasn't this one? Pine was one of the neuropsine theft subjects, right? Yeah, because it was this one, and then we do 4145. Hop in. Maybe they made a mistake. You want to believe that Megan could still be alive. Oh no. Sheriff overtime if you're exceeding 8 hours of work. Time and a half. Or you can take a 1-for-1 exchange of overtime for paid vacation hours once project deadlines have been reached. It's not ideal. Sinking feeling about this place. It's not that they're thinking of... no. World Hub, designed for next generation. Cell phone, TV, and MP3 player parts. Numerous physical processors on one physical chip. Keys in the threading. The hub is controlled by software, which enables more efficient processing on the hardware. Yeah, multi-thread CPUs and stuff like that. Just making them smaller and smaller. Allow it to network with the human brain. I don't know about that one, Chief. Scuzzy never really went away, it's just SAS. What even is SAS, though? What is that? Like, I know of the special air services, but I do not know the technology thing. Other time in our history as the dominant species on this planet have human beings had as much power over our own bodies as we do now. We're on the threshold of an age where the tyranny of biology can be defeated. Blind, someone whose legs are claimed by some tragedy, someone who could once hear and could not. We can offer hope to them. Nature no longer has the upper hand. There's complexity around some of these discussions because you can really, really quickly get into like eugenics and ableism and like it's so easy to go down that road if you are not careful. If you've got big storage at a data center and it's bulk data, so not an enterprise SSD, it's probably SAS. Serial attached SCSI. Same connectors as STATA, electrically compatible, different command sets. So definitely not something that I personally am using then. We will rebuild. Fred say. Sorry. Helipad storage. Oh, those PRs. There's certainly no evidence that she's involved in the thefts. This seems to be the dead end. That drawer. Yeah, just like the trail ends there unless I go and investigate the helipad, I guess. Tech lab. I suppose I can do. Storage area off the helipad should have a little something. Parking and street level. Okay, that's a blank. This ventilation shaft. Who needs to climb ladders? Oh, here we go. Oh, hello? Aw. This is a cute little lion guy. Yeah, these are this is clearly the stolen drugs. Pocket secretary. Brian Tyndall. Yep, your man's been smuggling that out. Understandable why. People can die. The quest line sort of just ends there, doesn't it? Suppose I could look in Tyndall's office. Tech lab. Malik. Richard. Diane. Micah's. Will Rossellini.
So here we're in front of
Oh.
One of Serif's employees, and he's called Will Rossellini. And actually, he was our consultant on augmentation in the game. And what is really cool about this, how it came to be, is that one day we were working and we received an official letter by this guy presenting himself and everything in the field he was working in and everything. And he said that it could be really an asset to us to work with the augmentations and
because
stuff.
he was a huge fan of Deus Ex, and
Exactly.
he really wanted to make sure that the level of scientific knowledge was accurate and into it to make that fiction feel even more real.
Exactly. So we contacted him, and therefore we started this collaboration, and now he was more into your turf.
And he really helped me a lot, because we would have just been doing research ourselves, but you're never really sure what's right. But having an expert in the field who can actually kind of help guide us and correct things and help with a lot of the technical jargon that we were working with was really good. And then I remember kind of thinking, as we were coming up with Serif's offices and the employees and needing names for people, I was like, we should see if Will wants his name on one of those doors. So I sent him an email and I said, hey, would it be okay if we gave you an office? And he was like, oh my God, that would be so cool.
Because it's a biotech company, you know, so like that's what he does.
Exactly. And then it actually worked out that he was involved in some of the mystery of the theft. And I said, we're actually probably going to accuse you at one point and make you a suspect at one point. Is that okay? And he's like, oh my God, that it would be so amazing. So it worked out really well for us, I think.
He's a very interesting guy. Didn't he used to play baseball or something?
Yeah, he was in the MLB at some point.
MLB?
With Arizona, I think.
What?
What is that? I'm not really familiar with baseball. Is that like the league right before the big league or something?
No, it's the big league.
Major
League. MLB.
MLB, Major League.
Major League. Yeah.
Like he was in the real thing.
You know, like with a ball and a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Like Serif has
The
in
thing
his
that like
office?
lasts forever and nothing happens?
No, that's soccer.
Oh, that's...
Oh, that... Hearing from this team, like, this team has really fucking good chemistry. What a delight. What an absolute goddamn delight it is to listen to these folks. Genuinely. Let's see. Sovereign nations and the formal governments of countries are lines of demarcation. More and more citizens of the world lend their loyalty not to a flag, but to the only true transnational entities that still thrive, corporations. We thus foresee a time when people will be citizens of their employer's nation rather than Chinese, French, Canadian, etc. This world, what we have thought of as traditional nation complexes, such as America, will fragment in order to find their own equilibrium. Yeesh. I mean, we're kind of there. We're kind of getting there. In the age of the internet, like, a lot of those boundaries do blur.
So once again, we're back in offices with emails on computers. That was, for me, one of the biggest triumphs and biggest tragedies of the game, I think. Basically, there's so many emails in this game. And,
I don't know what you're talking about.
And it was really about trying to bring the flavor and the life and hiding things. But in terms of the actual creation of them, everybody kind of kept pushing the writing of the emails off to the end of the game because it's very, very easy to implement text, was the philosophy.
But at the same time, like, as we were building the levels, at first for the level designers, it was hard to know exactly how many computers they would have and stuff.
Yeah, and so no one actually really sat down and kind of thought about the emails or how they should be done, and we just were figuring, oh, it'll be a simple thing to do. But by the time we actually got to the writing of them, we only had like a week or two left on our writing schedule, and I'd already lost most of my writers, and it was like, okay, time to come in. And so I came in on a Saturday and started with Serif HQ, and I basically worked 20 hours over the weekend, 10 hours straight on Saturday, 10 hours straight on Sunday, no lunch, nothing.
Jesus.
Do this, and I didn't even finish Seraph HQ, and I remember saying, oh my goodness, I have to go in tomorrow and go to JF and go to David, the producer, and say, we're never going to be able to do this. Because one of the things we hadn't actually realized was that, you know, the level designers had told us at this point certain computers and given ideas, but everybody was thinking about it from the standpoint that when it's your computer, so you're reading a mail that I wrote on my computer to someone else. And it wasn't until I actually sat down and started working on it that I was like, wait a minute, it's my computer, but I'm not reading the emails I write. I'm reading the emails people write to me. So suddenly I have to create...
I read my emails all the time.
So suddenly I have to create not just one character who's receiving the mail. I have to create if every email has every computer has 3 emails on it, I have to basically come up with 3 other people who wrote those emails and address them to me. And it suddenly became wrapping your head around it. You were like, oh my goodness.
It became much more complicated than it sounded, because even me at first, I was telling you, Mary, like, it won't be a big thing, like, it won't be tough and everything, but yeah,
and I made it harder on myself because I was the one who insisted there had to be at least 3 on every computer. Yeah. Whereas I think in the original Deus Ex there was maybe 1 on a computer at times. But
no, there were more than once.
But it was a really great challenge, and in the end we pulled it off, and I remember everybody reading the reviews and talking to reporters and everybody talking about the emails and how much they loved them. So that's why it was my worst and yet my best moment.
Oh my god, Mary. Yeah, that's nuts. Just going in for a weekend, like, fucking 20 hours straight, doing nothing but writing emails. Oh. Yeah, no, that's my vision of hell. That's what I think hell is. And that's like a tame vision. That's a very tame vision of hell. Tim Carella. Stitchner, Michelle Crutcher. You've been here for like 2 hours. Hi. Ruger, J. Kwasi Peterson. Global and Calvins. Oh, right, because your man was like the guy that I'm thinking of. Brian Tyndall. Yeah, he's been fired. He's a former employee. Okay. That's why I can't find him on the employee thing. You've been here for like 2 hours. It just made the hair on the back of your neck stick up. Yeah, no, it's really bad. And it's just you don't think about the scope of those things. Everybody thought it was easy. Mary thought it was going to be easy, and then you realize like, oh shit. This is so much work to do all of these emails. Like, this... Oh, God. And then realizing part way that you have to, like, shift your perspective around about, like, oh, yeah, we have to write these not as, like, sent mail, but as received mail. And, you know, figure out who this is all coming from and stuff. It's a nightmare. Also, Elevato Soft. Incredible scenes.
So what I love about this cutscene is the baseball. It was an element in the backstory of Seraph's character, and it became such an important part of so much of the game itself.
And the way that the ball falls at some point and it reveals Adam Jensen in the back, it really shows that Adam Jensen is Sarah's puppet.
And what's funny is when we did the audition session, there was a monologue sort of scene, actually a dialogue with Mary playing the role of Megan, and Steve Shellen just sold it so much, speaking about augmented pictures using a baseball. So again, the baseball comes into play, and it really had a big part of him getting the role.
Yeah. How you feeling?
I've had better days.
Well, when we're done here, check in with Dr. Markovit. At the limb clinic downtown. Getting her to get a checkup.
If you insist. Listen, about Sanders?
Yeah, about Sanders. What the hell were you thinking? Letting him slip away like that? I sent you in there to take care of things.
Let's see. You asked me to deal with the situation. Sanders isn't the mastermind. I'm hoping it'll pay off later. Sanders won't rest.
I'm hoping it'll pay off for us later. Sanders was furious when he found out his hacker was augmented. He's not gonna rest till he finds out who set him up.
Oh, and you're naive enough to think he'll share the information when he gets it. I thought you were ready for this, Adam.
I am. Today's attack was just a shell game being run by somebody else. I intend to find out who and why, so that it never happens to anybody again.
Good, 'cause so do I. That hacker in Sanders' group, you're sure he was augmented?
I pulled his cables out myself.
Yeah, well, the police are saying he's not, and they're refusing to let me see the body, no matter how much money I threaten to pull from their retirement fund.
Maybe someone else is offering more.
Maybe someone else is offering more. So what do you want me to do, boss?
We have to get a look at the corpse. You still got friends on the force. You think one of them will let you into the morgue?
Depends who I run into.
Get over to the station and find a way inside. Because if that hacker was augmented, his neural hub might tell us who he was. Contact me when you've gotten a hold of it.
Let's see. You got it? What you're asking me to do, it's not exactly legal. I don't care about the legalities of it.
You got it.
I really don't. Oh yeah, the little baseball in here. Teeny tiny trophy. Hey, your man just... This is all baseball shit. What the fuck? Seraph, you've got this huge screen and this is what CEOs do all day. This is it. It's just a huge screen full of baseball. Oh, that's so good. Oh. Oh, the vanity. And the Icarus melted wings again. Ooh, there's like a little bit of a... There's a subtle material there. I like that. What's he got plugged in? Oh, it's these lights. Okay. I was just like, that cable's very distracting. I don't even like baseball, but if you let me replace my job with it, I'd be the biggest fan. That's fair. Oh, look at that. He's got an old-fashioned, like, inkwell and stuff here. SWAT gurus. The art of... gratuitous violence. Excellent. Oh, he's got the Planet of Cakes. And a desk rooster. Of course. Classic. 3154. Oh, this doesn't do anything anymore. So, they wouldn't let the big corpo man look at the body, and so we have to do it. We have to go look at the body. We didn't ask for this. No, exactly.
Were you just speaking to David? I didn't know he'd finished his call. Is everything okay?
As well as can be expected.
Right, like I know what that means anymore. The phone's been ringing off the hook ever since Bill Taggart's little press conference this evening.
Taggart. Seraph was speaking about him when I walked in. No wonder the boss seems grumpy.
Can you blame him? If it were up to Luddites like Taggart, you would have died on that operating table. The problem is, he knows how to play on people's fears.
Tampering with human biology can be pretty scary.
Tell that to all the war amps whose lives have been improved because of it. But if Taggart has his way, if he can sway popular opinion enough, then the United Nations will be forced to take a stand. Mark my words. That man is trouble.
I also remember playing a lot of this game, and I've spent a lot of time.
Adam Jensen?
I've spent a lot of time just kind of walking around because of the developer commentary and stuff like that as well. Reporting to my office.
Man, what am I doing here? This is nuts.
Tim Carella.
Hey, Jensen. Man, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're back. How are you holding up?
I manage.
I'm sorry about Megan. I know it must be hard. For a while, we thought you were a goner, too. Everything's going to shit. The attack on HQ, and now this mess with the factory.
Yeah, tough times all around. How about you, Corella? You okay?
I don't know. I fucked up. I mean bad.
What happened?
Well, a couple of months ago, me and Tyndall, you know, one of Pritchard's techs, we started sneaking out some neuropozyne from one of the labs.
Jesus, Tim. You realize this could get you fired. Worse, arrested if the company chooses to prosecute. What were you thinking?
I know. It's complicated. I didn't want to do it at first, but there were good reasons. Anyway, now I want out, but Tyndall has security footage of me stealing the stuff and says he'll expose me if I ever stop helping him. I'm in a bad spot, Adam. I need that footage back. I know you're busy with everything that's going on right now, but I could really use your help.
Let's see. What do you need me to do?
What is it exactly you need me to do?
I need you to get back that security footage Tyndall has on me. It's probably in his apartment. On his computer, maybe.
So what? I just look him up in the phone book?
His apartment is near Brooklyn Court. It might be tough to get in because his building has a large security gate protecting it.
Well, that's just great.
Hacking the security gate is possible, but would require advanced hacking skills. You might have to look around for an alternate path. Maybe use the fire escape or something.
Well, good thing I've got NG Plus skills and 1 billion augment.
All right. Tell me more.
Really? Wow. Thanks, Adam. I thought I was done for. The security footage will probably be on his apartment computer. Meet me in front of the subway station parking lot once you get a hold of it.
I got it from here.
Okay. So we know it's Tyndall, and your name was Carella. Let me look at Carella's office, then. Bingo. What does transfer do again? Ah, okay. +2 and -2 for random nodes. Time to skedaddle.
Access granted.
Okay. Don't work there anymore. Richard fired me for messing with the Intellicam footage. Oh, that's the... This is Brian Tyndall's conspiracy. Say that. Let's see. Deleting these mails, no. Basement in the vent shaft. I don't expect, but I don't know how you expect to collect them. You'll find a way in. Okay, yeah, we've got that thread fully investigated now. should see if I can find that storage area. Obviously, I found the vent. But that's clearly referenced as a separate area. I thought there was something else. Yeah, don't put emails about corporate theft on your company computer. It would have been so easy not to get caught, and yet... Okay, this is the area that was... This is the area. 8053. Well, we've got loads of ammo. Anything else? Oh, ammo capacity upgrade. Also good. That is actually really useful. Let me do that. Generic upgrade, ammunition count. Combine. Pistol. The thing about pistols is I love a good pistol. That's the storage area, and then is this just a blank door? It's a decorative door. It's kind of a bummer that there is so much stuff that's just decorative. Like, you couldn't smash through these windows at all if you wanted to.
Okay. Take care.
Okay, we've talked to Seraph. Our next objective is to go into the police station. Pistol's good, feels more precise and intentional than spraying the not quite SMG, yeah. But the not quite like the machine pistol is still nice. Oh gosh, the sun has almost fully set. It's 5:20, and the sun has almost set.
Mrs. Reed?
Ah, Adam, I'm sorry you startled me. And please, call me Cassandra. You and Megan were together long enough. I was waiting for you.
Out here? Why not come meet me inside?
I don't know. I guess I'm just not ready. This is where you work, but to me, this is also the place where I lost my daughter.
I know what you mean. It's never been the same for me either.
I guess it's not meant to be easy. It seems there's just no right way to deal with something like this. And I can't even begin to imagine how things have been for you after all you've been through.
Yeah. A lot of things changed 6 months ago.
I can't get over how much they've changed you. At first, I couldn't even believe you were still alive. How do you handle all of this?
This is where you can say it. You can say it. You can say the line. I'm not let's see. I do what I have to do, augmented or not. They did what they have to do to save me. I never asked for this. Optimistic. Actually, no, detached is not what I want. Optimistic.
They did what they had to do to save me. And in a way, I can do more now than I ever could.
I'm glad to know you take it so well. Many of us wouldn't be able to cope so easily with such dramatic changes.
Can I ask why you wanted to see me?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I'm here about Megan. About what happened to her. Or rather, about the investigation into what happened.
What about it?
Well, simply put, I feel something is not quite right with the way the case was handled.
You think there was some foul play involved?
I do. Call it mother's intuition. But when speaking to some of the investigators, there were a lot of inconsistencies. And then I met this detective, a man called Chase. He agreed things weren't handled by the book, although he has no proof.
And now you want to find out more.
I'll never hear my daughter laugh again, Adam. I'll never get a call from her to ask how I've been, or have the chance to ask her about her day. She was stolen from me. However unjustified this all is, I still want to know why it happened. I can see why she loved you. Not even that degree of mechanical modification could change what she saw in you. Please, will you help me find out what really happened to her?
Yeah, absolutely.
I never got a chance to investigate the attack myself. I'll look into it.
Thank you. This means the world to me, Adam. Really.
The first thing I'll need to do is meet with this detective, Chase.
Good. He works part-time as a security guard in an apartment building on Brooklyn Court. I'll be waiting for you in your apartment lobby once you're done.
Why does a detective need to work part-time as a security guard?
Oh, he retired soon after the case. I don't really know the details. Maybe he'll tell you more.
I'm on it.
So, I mean, I can assume why. It's just he was discontented with the handling. Now there's something that cities should have more of. Monorails. Inverted monorails are also, like, especially cool. You don't have to deal with traffic that way. Police incident, road closed. Slave to socks. In concert, live. Esoteric music you've never heard before. Missing persons, advertisements, Fox on video. I want to see Foxes on videos.
I got a right to live my life as I choose, and this little corner of the universe here is mine.
Fair enough, my man. I could spend all my time hacking into things, but I should probably not. Hold on, wait, Fox on video? Bagley Avenue. It makes me think of, this makes me think of Bagley from, Watch Dogs Legion. Device and firing, money troubles. Free Press unveils historic changes. Nothing in the trash can. Fox on video. Let's go, Fox. And oh, and Fox on audio too. We got both.
I know, and that guy Taggart claiming he has no connection? I don't believe that for a second.
I heard he's coming to make a speech at the convention center. That's like when the NRA went to Columbine after the second time.
Moses himself, coming to free us from the evil pharaoh, Seraph II.
Yeah. Well, let's hope for a plague on all the humanity front houses.
Happens to our humanity when nothing human remains. Protect mankind. Vote yes on regulation. Sponsored by the Humanity Front. Well, I think this is the same problem that other kind of cyberpunk stuff suffers from. If you expect me to care about just the biology, like, oh, all the meat's different. Watch out. All of the meat is different now. I don't really care about that. Why would I? I have already hacked my meat to make it do what I want, and I will do it again. I will do it again every day of my life for the rest of my life. And speaking of which... Oh shit, I forgot to take my progesterone last night. Oops. I'll take another one of those when I take my progesterone tonight. Taking my pills. Body hacked. It does what I want it to. I get all of the estrogen ingested directly into my body. Okay. Seraph said to stop at the limb clinic.
I, for one, approve of these protests. These limb people are drug pushers. Someone is getting rich while the rest of us are suffering.
I wouldn't know about those things. All I know is that this violence doesn't serve anyone.
Well, I guess the question now becomes, will the pro-human groups retaliate when Bill Taggart gets here?
He's that Humanity Front guy, right?
He's speaking at the convention center in a few days.
Ugh, that's gonna be a day from hell.
Right, in we go. Also, can I just say, Adam... Oh, hang on.
David Seraph told me you'd be dropping by. I've just been reviewing the test results we received on you last week.
Should I start rolling up my sleeves?
Surprisingly, no. I see no trace of glial tissue buildup in any of your charts.
It's been 6 months, Doc. Shouldn't I be on neuropozyne shots by now?
One would think, but these test results show no signs of implant rejection. If anything, the bond between tissue and electrodes seems to be getting stronger.
So I'm free to go?
Well, Mr. Seraph did ask me to discuss another topic with you. You are aware that several precautionary measures had to be put into place during your first surgery?
Not all of my implants were switched on, I know.
The damage caused by the hematoma had to be taken into account. Your brain needed time to recover, to get used to the mechanical neural processors and turn them on naturally over time.
Cut to the chase, Doc. What does Seraph want?
He feels that you might be ready to speed up the activation process using special software known as Praxis kits.
You mean I don't have to wait for my augmentations to kick in naturally anymore?
You can, if you prefer. But Mr. Seraph did make a generous donation to LIM in your name, thus ensuring that Praxis software linked to your particular neuro enhancements would always be available to you and you alone. Please, take a look.
Me and me alone, huh?
Dr. LeBlanc, code blue. Dr. LeBlanc, code blue.
Clearly, I'll just grab both of those now then. Thank you. Ooh, and those will also be good for me to have. Hypostims... No.
Very well, Mr. Jensen. Use it in good health.
Liberty in Mind and Body International. It's such a, like... It's a really good way to actually put the, to, like, frame the, like, voluntary augmentation stuff. You, like, look how fancy everything in here is. Ask about our credit plans. Like, you know this is for the rich. Oh, so then again...
Dr. Teasdale to X-ray.
Augmentation for all.
To X-ray.
100% independent of corporate and national control. Full and equal access to human enhancement Oh, okay, well. When they say full and equal enhancement, what they do actually mean is to people who can afford it.
Who is it?
Nice legs.
There's other people he could call.
Surgical ward?
Call 217.
Never been under anesthesia before.
Call 217.
Is it true they stop your heart and the machine does your breathing?
More or less. I know it sounds a little hair-raising, but we do it every day, several times over. It's a very safe procedure.
Will I feel any pain or anything?
It gets done through your IV needle. You'll be asked to count backwards, and the next thing you know, you'll be opening your eyes.
So this is the operation room that actually originally when we spoke about how Adam Jensen was getting augmented by like having some limbs severed and eventually be replaced. We had a cutscene where Jensen was on the operating table and then so it was used each time that you were getting augmented.
And we were going to do multiple versions of
it. Absolutely. And
that was back when we smoked drugs or something.
Yeah, but it was back in the day.
Yeah.
And when we changed the system for the Praxis kits and everything, it was the system that, like we said, you already had the augmentations. You just have to kind of awaken the power in some ways. And we didn't need that cutscene anymore, and therefore we had produced one version that was not used in the game. But as we built the game and we came with the recall for the chip later in the Angsha, where you can go and have your system augmentation system fixed or not, then if you do it, we reuse that cutscene that was supposed to be used for augmentations.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool that they like eventually found a use for that thing. Let's see. Let's see. My best to explain to my patient exactly what this gift entails. Patient, not the employer, should be the one to decide whether a half-tested prototype augmentation should be included with the others or not. Yeah, that's because we actually do have access to the Typhoon prototype. It was installed in us as a whole thing. Let's see. So that's the notes on Jensen. WHO. Evaluating conditions. Adam Jensen. Medical files. What, you don't want to be a walking claymore? I think if people can electively get the walking claymore surgery, that is bad. Demonstrated healing ability greater than 2 standard deviations above the mean following speed of recovery, repossession of faculties, post-traumatic memory retention, usually large quantities of NGF appearing around indentation. Unique autoimmune may indicate he will not require neuropozyne injections anytime soon. Doesn't this sound familiar? Patient X in the research that the girlfriend was doing. It's Adam. One previous operation 6 months ago, life critical. Requiring full replacement of chest cavity and left arm, right arm, and legs replaced at behest of employer. Authority granted under terms of employer contract. Cool. That's cool. That's cool and good. It's cool that just stipulated in the contract. It's like, we can chuck a cheeky little extra couple of augments on there if we want. So just fully replacing his legs and arms. Recovery speed being unknown at the time. Pre-fitted with PDOT biochips in all areas. Reduce the need for physiotherapy. Cool. And not that a lot of that stuff it's just there.
The limb clinic actually, it's one of the few places where you cannot use your guns like in Serif Industries, and that was also a big debate in the team, because the philosophy of the game it's to let you play the way you want, and it's all about letting you face the consequences to your actions and everything. But for the chaos management in the game came in quite late, and if you really want to support it well,
we tried so many scenarios to support in both the limb clinic, the Serif building as well. Is just try to figure out how do we support chaos, and mostly with revisitation. When you go back to limb clinic, when you go back to Serif, how do we deal with that when Jensen is supposed to be a neutral character, almost an ally character, even more so in the Serif building. But even in the limb clinic, I mean, it's a neutral place where it doesn't make sense to create chaos, and we wanted to support chaos everywhere, but technically was very, very challenging.
And actually, I remember endless meetings, the limb clinic, like weeks and weeks.
Yeah, and
weeks
at first
meetings.
we put Markovic and everyone behind bulletproof glass, so that if the player did create chaos, they would go into cowering mode, and we even wrote lines for them, like you could still get your augmentations even though you just shot and killed everybody in front of them.
They're still behind those glass.
They're still behind the glass.
It would have been possible to support it, but it would have felt kind of off, or to make it sound right. It would have been almost a
and
project
remember that for a big part of the development, we actually had to go to the limb clinic to get augmented. On top of that,
and that makes me think about exactly like with the Praxis kit system. Originally, you didn't have all the augmentations in your body, and you had to go basically getting there to have your legs cut and then be replaced by augmented legs.
You basically had to go under surgery every time you wanted
exactly.
Yeah, we had a whole cutscene, remember? Of the surgery.
Variations of cutscene every time again.
And it was not totally elegant. And on top of that, the other problem that rose was that it was only giving the city hubs for the players to augment themselves. And at some part in the game, you go in Picus, you go there and there, and for a long time, you're not in a city hub. And we wanted to go with a system that was allowing the players to upgrade like whenever they wanted, when they had the right XP points. And this is where the Praxis kits came
I remember when you brought that up to me with the Praxis kits, I was ready to kill you, because we'd already rewritten and re-recorded Markovic behind the glass twice. And now we had to rewrite her entire speech a third time and bring the actress back in yet again to record and make that make sense.
And you didn't kill me because you knew it was the right call, right?
So many people almost got murdered on this game.
And also one of the things that you did with Steve and everything was to have the doctors being like all DX team members and stuff. And
that's the if you pay attention to when you're in the limb clinic and you'll hear the paging system and the people being paged, Dr. Chetri, Dr. Shipkowski, these are all members of the team.
And what happened to Markovic? She used to be pretty.
No, it's just that she was younger, but the model didn't work super well.
She was younger, but it took us so much time to make that game. She aged.
She aged with us.
If we had to age, she did too.
And also the visuals of the limb clinic. It's also one of the big cyber renaissance places of the game, and it kind of works okay, I guess.
It's a running thread in this developer commentary, just the latent sexism of Jean-Francois Dugas. Like, half the time he's commenting on, like, women's asses and how pretty various women in the game are. It's so weird. So weird. I'll be right back.
Dr. LeBlanc, code blue.
We're back. Okay.
Protesting is not against the law. I know that, officer. But some of those guys were carrying tire irons and setting garbage cans on fire.
And those were the ones we arrested.
The rest were merely exercising their right to free speech. What about my right to come to work each day without fearing for my life? I've still got to walk home tonight. I understand your concern. But if you want round-the-clock protection, I suggest you hire a private security company. Go on in. We're still open.
People see conspiracies everywhere. They're saying that Lim's personal catalogs mean some people get preferential treatment. Please. Lim are the good guys. They believe in equality, unlike everybody else. Lim are the good guys. They believe in equality, unlike every...
Okay.
Adam, are you finished at the clinic?
For now.
Good. Right now I want to know who that corpse is. Head over to the police station and get his neural hub. And Adam, if you can't talk your way in, consider making a strategic retreat. There's got to be another entrance in the side of the building.
Okay, so we're here.
A bunch of augmented soldiers and put in a concentration camp. I put my thought into it, okay? Haven't you heard of REX-84? FEMA is setting up camps right here in Detroit. Yeah, Stevie Y is actually a 600-year-old vampire. We have to shut down the world order and their team of expert hackers could be trying to track it. And that's why we have to create a covert host site for every new stream and then shut it down immediately once the call's over. I'm sitting here, just me and my techie Steve in a sweaty, clammy, claustrophobic van, tossing digipads out in the trash left and right in order to bring you this show via satellite. But I'm good with it because I understand the reality of living in a slave state. You can bet they'll keep trying to shut us down, but I won't stop, followers. I will not stop until there is a full-scale revolt in progress. You hear what I'm saying, people? You okay, Steve?
The conspiracy guy is so, it's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny that they actually researched, they actually went ahead and researched fucking, Alex Jones for the writing of that. Just incredible scenes. Okay, so that's Limb Clinic. Seraph is over there. And this will just take us to the apartments, which there's several things around the apartments we need to worry about. Commentary? Commentary?
So with the Limb Clinic, one of the interesting thing that happens in Detroit, we say that the tension between people who can afford augmentations and those who can afford, the tension is rising and everything. And we really wanted to feel that early on in the game that was palpable, you know, it's something that you could feel. And we had this idea through the first vertical slice about this riot that just happened.
Yeah.
And all the work, like it seems very simple, but all the work among level design, art design, story design to make this work and make you feel that something happened there.
Yeah.
There was quite a lot of work. Actually.
And there's a reason why we did this, because there was no way we could have done a real riot. You know,
Yeah.
because that's what we wanted at the beginning. We wanted to have like all these people. You know, there was a little crowd, but
there
then
was a crowd,
exactly.
and we had a chant, and we
the first
recorded
version,
the chant.
the first version I did is I play as a flaming car with a lot of stuff happening.
That's
like
true.
like
Yeah.
it was like
I remember
5 minutes
that.
ago. There was a protest, and now
Yeah.
it's not. We even and there's also a some kind of a Easter egg-ish about that story about the event that took place that the player never saw is the sniper rifle that you
Yes.
find on the gas station.
True.
Was just a quick story with two objects, a sniper rifle in the pockets, where the email on it is actually a contract about killing something to kill one of the protesters, just to kickstart the huge riot, which actually was cancelled. That's why the player can actually find the sniper rifle.
But for the riot, you had your revenge in Detroit too, right?
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, the and also like the design of the building again shows very well the a bit of the art direction for the architecture. The idea is that it looks really much like cells, you know, like the way that the facade is done, which has to do with biology and all that kind of stuff. And it's pretty much taken from a real building that's in it's in Tokyo, and I think it's a store actually, but it's very much alike. I have to admit, yeah.
Again, interesting that they had those ambitions, especially considering Square Enix owned IO Interactive at the time as well. IO Interactive had the Glacier engine. And the Glacier engine is, like, extremely notable for its use of, like, complex crowds and stuff like that. Like, they mentioned the engine at the top of things, just the engine was awkward to work with, and, you know, it wasn't super good, but the art direction was what made this whole thing shine to begin with. But I wonder what they would have done if they were working collaboratively with IO and able to build on top of the Glacier engine. Like, I wonder what version of this game would have ended up looking like. Let's have a look at this.
Access granted.
Yeah, I have no idea either, so why don't we try and find out? Let's look at the page for Deus Ex Human Revolution on PC Gaming Wiki. And the Crystal engine. Oh, yep, okay. So this is the same engine that the Tomb Raider remakes are on. It's the same engine that, critically, Gex Enter the Gecko is on. And Deus Ex Human Revolution is built on top of it as well. Oh, and Legacy of Kain as well. First release in 1997. Also known as the Foundation engine and the Gex 2 engine. It is... Oh, God. It's so good. It's so good that this is on the Gex engine. I can't even complain, really. Okay. I'm going to unlock maximum inventory. Decrease recoil. I have so many points. My legs are fully augmented. Dermal armor is something that I want. That's just a passive damage reduction? What was I doing not buying these? 45% damage reduction. Prevents augmentation, deactivation, and energy loss from EMPs and electricity. Retinal prosthesis. Protects against flash grenades. I have no idea what I was doing on my NG game file that I didn't have the passive damage reduction. I guess I wasn't... this probably was the playthrough that I did full Ghost. So just taking damage wasn't a thing that even came into my consideration. If you never get into any fights, then, you know, problem solved. Oh, is this the... Ah, okay, so this just leads up to the window there. And I think they mentioned that the sniper rifle is up on the gas station roof. I think I remember finding this at one point and being like, why the fuck is this here? Yeah, here we go. Pocket secretary. TV crew is on its way. Wait until you can see the green light on the camera before taking the shot. Aim for the area between the cops and protesters. Both of them will think the other side fired first. Huh. Commentary?
So here's the weapon merchant inside of the gas station, and the whole gas station was a very old building that we kept from all the way back from the very first Vertigo Slice. And instead of trying to redesign it as we went along in the production of the whole city hub, we actually tried to keep it because we thought it was one of the very cool things visually, and also gameplay wise. There was a lot of potentials to do with it, and we always wanted to have a weapon merchant, a black market merchant inside of it. And the thing is, for us, since you work on a game, it's always very, you lose some kind of objectivity about what you think is good about your game. So for me, it was very obvious that there was someone in there. But from the playtests, almost every single playtesters did not see the weapon merchant. So.
But we were debating like, oh, should it be obvious or should it be hidden, and etc. And we went back and forth a couple of times until we decided, okay, let's make it more.
At some point, we had an icon about those guys and trying to create some kind of a Metal Gear Solid-ish type of group or something like that. And at the end, we said, fuck it.
See, this is one of the things about the city design that is makes me become the Joker. Okay, hang on, wait. There's even more commentary. We'll have a listen to that in a second. This is one of those things that makes me want to become the Joker, though. Oh, hang on. Okay, so if you go up Bagley, there's Seraph. You have to go up the stairs and through the transit station. Okay, yeah. So there's just no streets in this area. So yeah, you have the streets leading to the gas station, and the gas station can take you all the way through those apartment blocks, which is strange urban design to begin with. This is all just walking paths that are elevated, but it leads through the train station. And then that leads over to the police station. There's some sides over there. Like, this is road. I think this is road here. These are roads. So if I get out here, is this where parking for those apartments is? Just a very, very strangely designed city, this. It's maybe because some of the paths are closed off. It just doesn't feel right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got the embryo imagery, baby. And Eliza Kassan. She's there. She's watching us.
So the name of the gas station is something that I came up with while we're designing the textures. The name Oran is actually one of the provinces of Nigeria, which is a country that is totally being decimated by Exxon. with all the oil exploitation, and they were making sure that it's a puppet government that's in place, that's the education, the population kind of got educated and stuff like that to make sure that they'll never really rebel against the exploitation that the U.S. and Exxon is doing there. But anyway, I suggest that you go research this. It's really interesting, and here's just a little snippet of information that we decided to, let's take some of what's going on there and somehow put it in the game.
It's some of the most salient political commentary in the game. And it's just an offhanded reference that you could totally miss by just not looking at this sign and not thinking to investigate it further. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're just gonna drop that and like that's gonna be one of the most salient political commentaries that you have? Holy fuck. I'm I don't even know what else to say about that. This developer commentary is going to, like... There's so much about this game that is gonna do my head in, I think. We're only just beginning. I wonder if there's anything that they have to say about the metamorphosis. Nope. To do it in the Exxon colors as well, too, is like, that's ballsy. That's crazy. That's crazy that that's there. Myth of human augmentation. Human being is a divine engine. It is the ultimate expression of life on Earth, and so it is the most precious and sacred thing. Humanity is what we have, it is what we are. Shadow is greed, it is weakness. The power is at our fingertips to replace flesh with steel and plastic. You're no better. That's so not... Again, it's caring about humanity in exclusively the biological sense and not in, like, capacity to be creative and do all of this. It doesn't cease a pursuit of knowledge. It doesn't it doesn't stop a search for spiritual truth. There's an argument to be made that it could eradicate disease and hunger. Like, augmentation, well, maybe not hunger. Well, though, I guess if you augmented yourself in such a way that you no longer needed to eat, you could do that. But that's a whole other thing, and it also wouldn't be desirable in a lot of ways. But eradication of disease is done through augmentation as is. We augment our bodies by giving them the blueprints for a virus. Like, if we have you use COVID as an example. You know, we have augmented our bodies by getting vaccinated. We've augmented our bodies with the blueprints for the COVID virus. And so we can more effectively fight it. And that is how we eradicate disease. It's not just it's not a fully natural process. Grayson!
Buy or sell? I'm the guy you want to deal with. Everything's on the computer, right at your fingertips.
Alright, well, let's get started. by selling this sniper rifle, because we have a silenced one, therefore we don't need that one. Tranquilizer darts. I don't even have a shotgun. I don't even have a stun gun. Revolver. Like, all of this ammo, probably get away with keeping. I'll keep a whiskey. What do we have in terms of stuff to buy? Ammo, damage upgrade, burst round system, shotgun, mine templates, which I can pair with grenades, I think, and the automatic unlocking device, which I shouldn't need because I have almost highest level hacking. So damage upgrade, sure. Burst round, sure.
Always a pleasure.
I don't remember where I can get a silencer for the pistol, but I would love one of those. Let's see, so... there's our upgrades. Oh, it's specifically for the shotgun. Okay, great.
What'll it be?
I guess I'll
tell all your friends. Just not the cops.
Weird little slime ball.
Grayson hooked me up with some real tight merch. Those Ugg lovers get in my face now, I'm ready to pop them.
Grayson? Where he at these days?
Yo, where you been, man? He been running shit through that abandoned gas station for weeks.
Oh, word? I wanted to get some upgrades for my Zenith 10 mil.
He can hook you up nice, man. If you go, tell him I sent you. I want a discount next time.
Word.
Meet with Detective Chase.
Yeah, so I don't know why, but I really like this character, this SideQuest character. He always felt really credible to me, the way he speaks and everything, and all the things he's talking about makes the conspiracy feel even bigger than what you're actually playing in the main story. Like, it's kind of hinting at the shadow government and stuff like that, and I think it makes it much deeper than...
And I think a lot of credit for that goes to not just the guys who wrote the dialogue, but the actor. We mentioned him earlier. And the casting of the side quest characters was an interesting part of what we were doing, right, Steve?
Yeah, it was great. We had and we'll even throw some, since we're giving credit out, we'll throw some to our voice director, Simon Peacock, who did a great job. And he often would recommend some of these characters to us when we would give him the character design, and he'd be like, oh, I know this one guy would probably nail it. And more often than not, he was right on. But I agree with what you're saying, Jeff. Like, he's one of my favorite characters, because when I saw the visual of what the character looked like, because it was one of those guys that we casted without knowing what he would look like, the voice, it was one of those rare occasions where the voice and the visual matched perfectly. And when you played it, I think that's part of the reason why it feels so credible, is that the voice looks like it would come from that character.
Well, let's have a listen, shall we?
Hello there. Well, you must be Adam Jensen.
A keen observation.
Mrs. Reed told me you might pay me a visit. And don't take this the wrong way, but you're kind of hard to miss.
I'll try to take that as a compliment. She told me you might have information regarding Megan Reed's case and the attack on Seraph headquarters.
Oh boy, what a mess. Total pissing match. We had the feds on our ass, orders from 3 different departments, and pressure from so many lobbyists it felt like being the scrawny new kid in a prison shower.
It is a very high-profile case. Mrs. Reed said you thought some procedures were overlooked.
You got that right. I mean, you know how it is. Mrs. Reed told me you used to be a cop. There's always cases where you see the lazy officers taking shortcuts. But this was different.
Different how?
Too much stuff got overlooked. People seemed way too eager to jump to conclusions, and every time I was remotely insistent, I got turned down by ranking officers. People wanted to bury this thing fast. That's never a good sign.
Surely you have something more substantial than this.
Yeah, well, that's where you come in. I got a couple of leads I could never fully investigate. I started poking around, but these government-type agents just gave me the creeps. I got scared. Months away from retirement, I didn't want to fuck things up. But you obviously have the means to get to the bottom of this.
So what have you got?
First off, there's a rumor that the order to close the investigation came from higher up, maybe even outside the local department. Anything like that would have passed through Captain Penn. There might be traces of this left on his office computer.
Guess I'll have to pay a visit to the local precinct.
Well, while you're there, there was an officer assigned to the case, Chet Wagner. He's not what you call a choir boy. And when he suddenly got brought on the case, I got suspicious. Somebody wanted him there. And I'm pretty sure he tampered with some of the evidence. You should talk to him. Find out what he knows.
Okay, I'll have a little chat with Officer Wagner.
You'll most likely find him in the lobby. He got retrograded from his conduct, and he takes depositions now. He won't budge easily, but I'm pretty sure you can find some dirt on him on his desktop. His office is on the 3rd floor. You might find something there to help loosen up his tongue.
Anything else worth looking into?
Yeah, when the order came down to close the case, the bulk of the evidence was stashed in a storage locker. Maybe you can find some interesting stuff in there. It's on the alley right next to the station. The code is 4891. But I know an outside agency had access to that locker, so be careful.
Thanks for the heads up.
It's nothing. And, please, don't bother coming back here with details. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to help. But the less I know about this case, the better I'll feel.
Okay.
That's all I need for now.
Definitely a handful of leads. We have up here. Apartments.
So I guess we have quite a few things to mention about the apartment layouts. It's quite a bit harder than it seems, even though, apartments are quite common. But something I remember at the beginning is with Frank, we sat down, me and Frank McCann, in the sense that just getting down a volume that feels natural, that feels like a real apartment, even though we've all lived in them and whatnot, is actually not as easy as it sounds. So at first we had art design and level designs that they felt a bit awkward in terms of feeling like we were in an apartment. But I think it ended up quite well. We fixed it.
Also, we had the
good
challenge of the cover system that we needed to make everywhere cover friendly.
That was a big part as well why they probably felt a bit weird at first, because they accommodated for that,
And a big challenge as well in regards to the apartment is that originally we had 2 models, and we actually cut the larger one, which added a lot more gameplay options to the players.
Forgot about that.
For the first one, when the Greg Thorpe apartment was a really large one, very gameplay focused. But actually, we changed it because we had way too much stuff to actually place inside of those apartments, so we kept the more regular type of environment. And the thing is also during the production, it was add support from Level Art to actually add props and do some pass on those apartments. So until very late in production, it was all propsing by myself. So chairs, tables, and all that stuff. And each apartment I wanted to have a specific thematic. And I had almost no support on Level Art, even though we had paint overs from
yeah. But whatever. You're right. Those were things that happened. But I think you ended up managing it pretty well. But one thing, speaking of props in the apartments, one thing that I can't stand is there's the Icarus paintings and the and it's the Icarus myth is just like an analogy in a thing, right? And the way that these paintings was probably just for one lab or something, and ended up being everybody in the game just buys paintings of Icarus. I was like, wow,
Even with the design that they've landed on, there's still some pieces of this that are awkward. Look at the TV, for example. If I was laying this out, same amount of furniture, start by moving the couches more into this sort of space here, so you can actually sit and watch the TV comfortably. Probably put the again, they were talking about some of the technical restrictions of doing so, but I would probably put the table here a little bit further towards the wall. Just a little bit further, enough that you could walk by comfortably. The kitchen layout, like this feels like an apartment kitchen. It's simple, it's straightforward. You got the extraction hood. Got a fridge. Oh, good. Wait, I forgot that I can just move everything. Oh no. I like that it makes the sound of things, particularly like you can hear some glass and cans rattling around in there. The Thorpes must be thinking, what the hell is that guy doing? Okay.
I can never thank you enough for what you did.
Greg.
Welcome. I'm glad you came. I can never properly repay you for what you did, of course, but I would like to help out any way I can.
What'd you have in mind?
There's a gentleman named Sarah who works in the area. His business causes him to move around quite a bit, but at the moment he's occupying an apartment in a building on Earl's Court. If you mention my name, he'll give you a discount on his wares. He deals in, well, he's a gun runner.
How does a guy like you know someone like that?
Growing up in my old neighborhood, you learn pretty quick to cultivate certain types of relationships.
No further expounding on that?
You'll remember his name, won't you? Sarah, like the painter.
Sarah, okay. And he's in an apartment on Earl's Court. No augmentation. The bedroom is nice. And oh yeah, there's the fucking Icarus. And a keypad? Excuse me. Let me just close that door real quick.
Access granted.
Oh yeah, 120 credits, baby. Yeah, little ensuite here. What could all of that even possibly do? Some of that... I mean, no, that's just a touch panel, right? Water temperature. You could have a gentle shower or turn it up a little bit. What do the knobs do then? I guess maybe they let you manually balance temperature? And then that's just a readout? Are those even buttons? Are they just decorative hole? They look like, it looks like an elevator panel. Brooklyn Court.
John, you managed to do promotion for your girlfriend back in the day.
So there's yeah, something like that. There's a lot of the posters in Detroit City. My girlfriend at the time, my ex-girlfriend actually was studying for her master's in industrial design, and there was all sorts of events that they had to prepare for, and they had to do posters to promote. And you know, because we wanted to have a lot of realism and credibility, right, to all the ads or logos or whatever, all the way down to posters and magazines in the game. One night I was just trying to design posters, and I was at home, my apartment, and as I was designing this poster, I started looking around my house, and there's all these already made, really nice posters made by real designers, real graphic artists, real industrial designers, you know, studying at the master's level. So it's like, shit.
Wait a minute.
I was like, what the hell? I'm just going to take that down, you know, and I remember not even telling her. which I ended up finding out later. But yeah, so a lot of them in Detroit are, it's actually her work, yeah.
Just... Sorry. So he just stole posters from his girlfriend and put them all over? What the hell?
I'm thinking about getting my pit bull augmented. Get him some cyber paws, cyber fangs and shit. Throw him in the ring.
Dogmentation?
Yeah, word. We should, what do you call that? Register. Patent.
Copyright.
Yeah, copyright. Let's copyright that shit. Dogmentation. Yo, we're gonna be rich, man.
Shout out to Dogmentation. Oh, there's... Hello, my name is Lazarus. That's the conspiracy man.
This city is one big gutter and always will be.
You think this is bad? Wait till the UN passes that legislation thing. Detroit is gonna be one giant red line.
That's what I've been saying. Even Sheriff ain't saved this city. We split it into the haves and have-nots.
Yeah, damn right. I've been limping for 10 years. Don't I got the right to get enhanced? No. Dude, even if I did, how the hell am I gonna afford that drug? Neuropupazine.
Neuropazine.
Whatever. Gotta pay up the ass for that one.
Yep. There was an apartment that had some stuff in it, right? Yeah, there's links to this one here. Spam. Spread it out like a spider web.
Access granted.
Bosh. Okay, Tyndall's apartment building. His apartment. Must be this one. Cute little Triforce.
Access granted.
Okay. I'm in. This feels a little bit more plausible of an apartment. With just, again, the TV exception is a little bit odd. I like these stair step shelves though. It's actually kind of like a classy design, I feel like. Is he just moved in or is he moving out? Here's the computer. Okay, little workstation. Safety concerns all of us. The gate code is 0002. Whoa! So this is... Presumably that's Reaver. Or Brandy. No, it's Reaver. It's Neuropazine. Well, the good news is I have your shotgun now. Crazy. Too late. Let's get him out of here. For the missions, lesser evils. He's carrying it with him. Gonna meet someone behind the gas station. Simple enough. We just came from there. Class divide is very explicit around here. Walking around in these alleyways has never been something that makes sense. This Tyndall? Hey, man.
Jensen? What are you doing here?
I think you know why I'm here, Tyndall. I want Corella's security footage back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm Seraph Industries' chief of security. I'm pretty sure I can find out about an edited security tape, so don't bullshit me.
Ah, shit. Listen, Jensen, I never wanted things to get this bad. I'm not a bad guy. I feel for Corella, I really do. But sometimes, for a good cause, you have to get your hands dirty.
Oh, there's a good cause now?
Oh, I see. You think I'm selling the stuff, right? I understand why this would seem like an obvious motive, especially to an ex-cop. But trust me, you shouldn't always take things at face value. I'm not selling the neuropazine, I'm giving it away.
Giving it away? To who?
To the people who need it. You think everyone gets augmented by choice? No. Shit happens. And then what? You're saddled with neuropazine injections for the rest of your life, and that shit costs money. But what choice do you have? Without the drug, you'll die. Rejection syndrome, crippling pain. That just ain't right. So I did the only decent thing to do. I stepped up.
Don't care about your reasons. I can respect that. It's absolutely, I can respect it.
I can respect that. But blackmail is still blackmail. Corella wants out, and I'm here to make sure he gets out.
Man, this whole thing is becoming way too much trouble. I've even got 2 local pushers on my back because they say my philanthropic actions are undercutting their profit.
That's not your only problem. A gun-toting client was waiting for you in your apartment earlier.
Really? In my apartment? Shit, the dealers probably sent him. Tell you what, I'll deal with the client later. You take care of the dealers, and the footage is yours.
Activate pheromones. Convince. I mean, no, I'll help him out.
But you better not be playing me.
You give me way too much credit, Jensen. I'm a security tech, not a hardened mobster. The 2 pushers go by the name PG and BK. They hang out in the alley near the basketball court. Just make sure they never bother me again.
Are you asking me to kill them? Worth interrogating on that.
You're asking me to kill them.
Well, that's a bit drastic, isn't it? But it's your call, as long as you leave me alone. The important thing is you need to take care of both of them.
Okay. Hang out near the basketball court. Just pissing over there, buddy? He is just pissing. Basketball court. Oh, commentary.
So this is the basketball. It's
The famous basketball
the famous
court.
basketball court. I
My
mean,
favorite.
it's an homage to the original Deus Ex, but for us it was not necessarily something that we would do by default. Like we didn't have the physics for that. We didn't have like all the things we needed. And on top of that, some people in the team they were like, why spending time doing this?
Yeah, what's the point?
What's the point? And that's the thing. One of our writer, Taras Taziuk, was coming to me like almost every single day. I want the basketball in there. I want the basketball
And
in
he
there.
came to me. He came to me too, and I said, we got the baseball in for Seraph, so hush."
And then eventually with T-Bone, I managed to push him to create the ball, and then.
And the thing is, I'm actually the one who wanted with my little artist to actually make sure we have a freaking basketball in there, not the whole court, but just the basketball hoop, and even the ball was not sure, but at least just the hoop itself to have that clin d'oeil, that just little tease from Deus Ex 1, and but the physics on the ball, man, it created nightmares on programmer side, and they really hated me on this. But, yeah.
But we fought. You fought.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's just a small example for things that seem very mundane in the game. Sometimes it's a big challenge, or you have to mobilize a lot of people to make this happen.
Especially when it was possible to do it in 1999.
Especially, as crazy as it sounds.
I can't even tell if I'm managing to get the dunk. Come on! Oh! Okay. Okay, Steam. I got an achievement for that, which was just called Balls. It seems you like playing with balls, eh?
Yes.
The answer to that is yes, I do. In all senses. I want to try and throw it in, but so if I try like this, yeah, just no, okay, that's gone forever now. Hello.
You hear what Lazarus been saying? This country's falling apart, man. States are looking to leave the Union.
Look at you. What are you, a goddamn super soldier or something? I heard about them on the radio. Lazarus is the shit. Not like that Eliza bitch.
Here's my controversial idea. Not that.
Hey, you alright? I knew someone was here.
How did that... How did it... Is there no piercing? Is there no bullet piercing on the sniper rifle?
So this is the basketball. It's the
famous basketball
the famous
court.
basketball court. I
My
mean,
favorite.
it's an homage to the original Deus Ex, but for us it was not necessarily something that we would do.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no bullet piercing.
We didn't have the physics for that. We didn't have like all the things we needed. And on top of that, some people in the team they were like.
The sound he made. Fucking hell.
So this is the basketball. It's the
famous basketball
the famous
court.
basketball court. I
My
mean,
favorite.
it's an homage to the original Deus Ex, but for us it was not necessarily something that we would do by default. Like we didn't have the physics for that. We didn't have, like all the things we needed. And on top of that, some people in the team they were like, why spending time doing this?
Yeah, what's the point?
What's the point? And that's the thing. One of our writer, Taras Taziuk, was coming to me like almost every single day. I want the basketball in there. I want the basketball
And
in
he
there.
came to me. He came to me too, and I said, we got the baseball in for Seraph, so hush."
And then eventually with T-Bone, I managed to push him to create the ball and then.
And the thing is, I'm actually the one who wanted with my little artist to actually make sure we have a freaking basketball in there, not the whole court.
That's not gonna work.
And even the ball was not sure, but at least just the hope itself to have that clin d'oeil, that just little tease from Deus Ex 1, and but the physics on the ball, man, it created nightmares on programmer side, and they really hated me on this. But, yeah.
But we fought. You fought.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's just a small example for things that seem very mundane.
Things that seem very mundane take a lot of actual time and effort, and you have to mobilize people. Hey.
What'll it be?
Can I have one of those AUDs real quick? Thanks.
See you soon.
Even with all my crazy hacking skills, I can just not instead as well, is the other option that we have. I have elected to not. Which is also the thing that I say to my partner every night before we fuck. I have elected to not. So that's the burst fire mode. AUD. Whip. Yeah. Ah! I see. Clear? Shit. Clear? Yes. Is that gonna go away? Oh wait, I have the cool cyber lungs. Hell yeah. A second silenced sniper rifle? Inventory is full and cannot contain those. Dedicated terminal. Maybe this is the gas? Oh shit. I thought I got it. Was there more than one node? Well, anyway. Oh, there's a valve here. I can also just turn that off. Oh. Okay. Right, okay, it'll just reactivate again. But with that sniper rifle, I could go sell mine. But I'd have to reload a save, so I'm not going to do that. Oh! There you go. Gas? Oh, is the gas just knocking him unconscious? Good news, man. The gas is non-lethal. How can I get these guys dealt with if... Lesser evils... Oh, they won't be bothering him anymore. Presumably because I just knocked them out and completely rocked their shit. Why the screaming women? Out of nowhere.
Look, I told you. If you want me to give you that security footage, you're going to have to get those pushers off my ass first.
Already done.
I've taken care of the dealers. Now hand over the footage.
Thanks, Jensen. Listen, I know it's not something you did from the bottom of your heart, but still, you saved my ass. Here's your footage.
Offer help. I know your heart is in the right place. Putting him in contact with someone actually would be like a good way to...
Listen, Tyndall, I know you're trying to do the right thing. But we have to do things by the book, or we'll just have chaos. I'll put you in contact with someone inside Seraph Industries. They may be able to get you neuropazine for those who need it.
Seriously? You'd really do that? Wow. I never would have expected this from you, Jensen. I really appreciate this. Tell Carell I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't he have expected it from Jensen? I guess he's got a bit of a reputation as a hard ass, but...
Did you get it yet? Adam, please. You have to get that security footage back.
It's done. We've got the
footage.
We've got the thieves all sorted out.
Yeah, you got that right, Jensen. I mean, thank you so much. This is my life I just got back. Listen, I got a hold of a weapon mod. It's not much, but I figured a guy in your line of work could use it.
I know you're trying to do a good thing.
I know you were trying to do a good thing, and I respect that. But you should do it through proper channels. Next time you might not get this lucky.
Yeah, you're right, Adam. I know you're right. Listen, thanks again.
One laser targeting system. And a Praxis as well. Stealth enhancer. Boot breather. Flex booster. Pop on the EMP shielding. Make more decisions about those. Hacking, fortify. Oh. A one-way track. All the other leads we have are now inside the police station. I should install that weapon mod as well. Laser targeting system. Combine. Obviously it goes on the pistol. Where does this lead? Genuinely don't remember. You need to have big jumps to get out of here. And then bad grab. Seemed like it was a fine grab, actually. I made it out. The police cars. Yet this is the opposite side of Central. It's the bank. That means that... Yep, so this leads to the Chiron building, which is where Jensen's apartment is. Police station's over there. The DMPD storage unit might have some answers. I'll probably... I might stop in front of... Stop here, in front of the police station, and resume this tomorrow. For now, thank you very much for watching. Super appreciate everyone's time. Oh. More Deus Ex Human Revolution to continue tomorrow. For now, though, thanks for coming by, and I hope you've been enjoying this version of the stream where we have like the dev commentary going. This is really interesting to me, and I'm really excited to continue this. Thank you for being here. Thank you. If you want to support the streams, it is also super appreciated. It'll help me out a little bit as we're looking to move at the end of this month. We've got to be out of here by the 28th. It's not urgent. I think I've got most things covered, but if you wanted to throw a little bit of money my way for it, that'd be awesome. Exclamation mark KOFI in the chat. Y'all are great, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.